The Jake Asman Show will begin shortly. Thanks to all these great Patreon members who help support the show. Get your super chats ready. Jake will be here in just a moment. If you love the New York Jets, this is the place to be. And now, the Jake Asman Show.
Aaron Glenn is officially the next head coach of the New York Jets. What happens now? What do we make of the Glenn hire? Who's the GM? All that and more. We're talking about it. It's the Jake Asman Show. New intro. Let's hit it and get it started. Man, our Jets are primed to win another offseason, baby. Each and every day. Will the playoff drought finally end? Kings of the offseason, baby. This is what we do. At least we have Garrett Wilson. We have Breece Hall. Please subscribe and hit the like button below. Super chat, baby. Cut the line. We have Sauce Gardner. We have Quentin Williams. Prepare to be underdogs. Now it's time to talk all things New York Jets. It's the Jake Asman Show. Here we go. Aaron Glenn officially hired as the next head coach of the New York Jets. It was something that was long suspected. He was the favorite once it was obvious Mike Vrabel wasn't coming here and he wanted to go back to New England. So the Jets, just like New England did, hire one of their own. Aaron Glenn, officially the team's next head coach. We are awaiting details on what the coaching staff will potentially look like. We are awaiting details on even who the new general manager would be. There was a prevailing thought that Aaron Glenn would be bringing his handpicked GM along, Lance Newmark. Well, the reality is that is not necessarily the case, according to Tom Pelissero, who's reporting that the Jets still do intend to have additional second-round interviews for the GM job. Lance Newmark was in the building Monday, and he remains under consideration. But it is not a foregone conclusion that Aaron Glenn and Lance Newmark are the combo here. So we await on that. But let me talk about Aaron Glenn a little bit more and give you some thoughts. Look, this was not my first choice. I wanted someone with previous coaching experience. I wanted the New York Jets to talk to people on the offensive side of the ball specifically. But anyone who's going to sit here and say that Aaron Glenn is not qualified for this job, or anyone who's going to say that Aaron Glenn is not, going to be a good coach, has no chance to be a good coach because Robert Saleh failed or Todd Bowles failed here. That's nonsense. Aaron Glenn's his own man. And unlike those guys, Aaron Glenn has a very unique connection to this franchise and very specifically wanted this job. And there's something to that. So while I wanted a proven head coach, what I'm not going to do is bash Aaron Glenn and say that he can't be a good coach or that it's automatically destined to fail because AG is a defensive first coach. If you're a Jet fan, you should be rooting for Aaron Glenn. It goes without saying. First off, many of you already have rooted for Aaron Glenn because he's one of the better players this franchise has had over the last 30 years. And what I love about Aaron Glenn is that when he was with the Jets, he experienced the worst of the worst, the Rich Kotite years. And then Aaron Glenn saw what it looks like when you turn it around, when Bill Parcells came in. That's as a player. As a coach, Aaron Glenn watched the Detroit Lions go from bottom feeders to one of the best teams in the NFL. He has seen both ends of it, what it's supposed to look like, what it shouldn't look like, from both a player and coach perspective. He also has a scouting perspective. Anyone trying to tell you Aaron Glenn is not deserving of this, or you can't hire him just because he's a defensive guy, that's not fair. While he was not my first choice, that I valued someone with experience, I am not going to sit here and pretend like it can't work for Aaron Glenn. I'm going to be fair to him and give him a chance. Aaron Glenn will be defined by his coaching staff, though. Who is Aaron Glenn going to hire to be his offensive coordinator? That's the most important hire he makes. Whether it's this year or next year, Aaron Glenn's team is drafting a quarterback in all likelihood in the first round. And Aaron Glenn is going to be overseeing the development of a young quarterback. That hire is going to be paramount to get right. So Aaron Glenn has to get the coaching staff hires right. There are rumblings he's already begun trying to finalize some of his staff hires. Some of the names you're hearing for offensive coordinator include Nick Caley from the Rams, Mark Brunell, former Jet, quarterback coach for the Lions, former Bears interim head coach Thomas Brown, former Chiefs head coach Todd Haley. Mike Westhoff's name has been mentioned if he'd be willing to come out of retirement. Chris Banjo, who's the special teams coach down in New Orleans, his name's been mentioned. Darren Rizzi, I'd imagine, will be connected to Aaron Glenn. His defensive coordinator, people have mentioned Steve Wilkes, former head coach, as a name to watch. But this was always going to happen once it was clear the Jets had no second interview set up with any other candidate. They wanted Glenn, and Glenn wanted them. And if you can't respect that as a Jet fan, Glenn wanting this job, I don't know what to tell you. There's something to be said for someone who was here as a player, experienced what he experienced, and said, I understand what this job is, I want it. So I have the utmost respect for Aaron Glenn for that. He says the right things. He's got the leadership traits you want. The question's going to be, can he get these staff hires right? Because once again, it is another first-time coach from a defensive background. Can he get it right? You got to be nuts to be a Jet fan. You got to be nuts to want to be the head coach of the Jets. And Glenn's got that. All right? Bill Parcells talking about Aaron Glenn, raves about him. Those two have remained very close. Aaron Glenn's not going to be afraid to challenge guys. Aaron Glenn is going to be able to hold guys accountable. But that only goes so far. You got to win. You got to win. And the only way you can win long-term in this league, right, is by finding a quarterback. Building an offensive staff around that quarterback. I have no doubt players are going to buy in right away. I have no doubt that Aaron Glenn has the ability to potentially change the culture. I just hope he has the ability to find the right offensive staff, because that's what killed Robert Saleh. That's what doomed him. So hopefully Aaron Glenn gets this right, because the Jets are putting a lot of faith in the guy. I mean, he essentially now is going to be sitting in on GM interviews to pick the GM he wants to work with. You know, Bill Parcells said, you know, if you're going to want me to cook the groceries, you got to let me pick them, right? He wanted full power. Glenn's essentially getting a lot of that. I understood it when it was Mike Vrabel picking his GM. Aaron Glenn has never been a head coach. So I hope that they get this right. Because if they don't, I don't know how much more this fan base can really take. It's only been 14 years without the playoffs. Longest playoff drought in North American sports. It's only been a decade since a winning season. How about winning more than 7 games in a season? That hasn't happened since 2015. It's 2025 right now. Think about that. This team has not won a division title since 2002. They've never played a home playoff game at MetLife Stadium. They haven't won a division in over 20 years. And forget the Super Bowl drought. We all understand what that is. I hope Aaron Glenn's the guy. He was not my choice. I'm not going to pretend like he's not a good candidate, though. I get it. But they got to get it right, man. They have to get this right. And among the other questions for Aaron Glenn, besides his coaching staff, what's his plan at quarterback this year? I believe Aaron Rodgers should be the Jet quarterback. I think if you want to jettison Rodgers out of town, I think it's misguided. If Aaron Rodgers is willing to take a pay cut and buy in to a new offensive scheme, he's your best option to win games next year. And that should be the goal. Stop with the tanking nonsense. The goal should be to win as many games as possible. And to all of you out there who don't want Rodgers back, okay, what's your plan? What's your plan? Because I know what it's like to root for terrible quarterback play. Maybe some of you have forgotten what the last 5 years looked like before Rodgers. Where are they finding 28 touchdowns? So there's rumblings Aaron Glenn wants Aaron Rodgers to be his quarterback. Good. It's already the first good decision Aaron Glenn maybe is making as the head coach of the Jets. But ultimately, we could save the Rodgers debate for now. Aaron Glenn's got to get the right coaching staff, and I am very curious to see what happens with the general manager search because Aaron Glenn is essentially picking who he's working with. I am glad that the Jets are doing more interviews. I'm not trying to knock Lance Newmark, but let's call it for what it is. Lance Newmark doesn't exactly have the resume that you go, yup, no brainer, you got to hire him. Do more interviews. He interviewed 15 people for the job. Is it possible that maybe you could bring in 2 people in this front office, a director of football ops and a GM? Is it possible that you could bring in Chris Spielman in that role? And then under him is a guy like Newmark? Is that a scenario that could play out? Or Thomas Dimitroff, who is the most qualified GM candidate they spoke to with previous experience? That's what I want to see. But the Jets basically treated Aaron Glenn the same way they treated Mike Vrabel, letting him do it the way he wants to do it. Mike Vrabel's won a lot in this league. Aaron Glenn's an unknown. And hopefully the faith they're showing in Glenn, we as Jet fans finally get rewarded for our faith in the Jets. Because I've said this for a long time doing this show. The New York Jet fans are the best fans in all sports, bar none. No fan base gets mistreated and has been screwed over more than the Jet fan. We don't even have our own stadium. It's time to win games, man. And Aaron Glenn was here when this team was winning games. He was here when this team was one of the biggest jokes in sports, if not the biggest joke. I like that about him. I like that he started out as a scout. I like that he was a quality control coach and then a DB coach. Worked his way up the ladder to be a defensive coordinator. He's done everything. He's qualified for the job. You just have to hope they finally pick the right guy. Because Robert Saleh was the top coach during that hiring cycle. Todd Bowles was universally praised. You got to get the right guy. And Woody Johnson's now got to stay out of the way. You hire the right people, let them do their job. That's the bottom line. Aaron Glenn could do this job well. We don't know. But he's got to be given the freedom to do the job the way he wants to do it. And no meddling, no owner's son being involved allegedly, none of that. Let Aaron Glenn do it his way. That's the decision you made. Jet fans are going to support him. Now it's time to win some games, man, because I am sick of it. And so should everyone out there watching this show. If you're one of the 1,300 people watching live right now, you're sick of losing. It's time to win football games. And I hope Aaron Glenn's the guy. I really do. Hit the like button if you're tuned in. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Aaron Glenn is the next head coach of the New York Jets. Make sure you are subscribed to this channel. We will be live each and every day. We have been live each and every day since January of 2021. And now we'll find out if I could finally talk about a Jet season where it's actually being played in mid-January for once. That'd be nice. Jet fans, the poll question is up. Are you a fan of the Jets hiring Aaron Glenn? If you're watching live, you could vote. Yes or no. 74% right now with almost 800 votes in are saying yes. Look, Aaron Glenn wasn't my first choice, but I'm glad it's him over Arthur Smith or Matt Nagy. I'll say that. And the Jets put all their eggs in the Aaron Glenn basket because there was no second interview set up with anyone. If Aaron Glenn left them at the altar, he took the Saints job. Or they couldn't get some sort of contract figured out. They'd have real egg on their face. And that's not the case. They got it done. Now the question's going to be who's the GM and obviously what the staff for Aaron Glenn would look like. Comments, questions, super chats will cut the line. We're going to be joined by special guests throughout this stream. Before we bring on our first special guest to weigh in on the Jets officially hiring here Aaron Glenn. Reminder, for every channel membership you gift, you're entered in the Asmaniac raffle. The grand prize is a signed Garrett Wilson jersey. The raffle will be early next week. We also have a signed head coach of the NYJ, Aaron Glenn, trading card. And you'll see it in my hand right here, a signed Brees Hall autographed jersey card. Those are the three prizes for our upcoming raffle. Plus, hopefully Aaron Glenn will be getting one of these, a New York Jets replica Super Bowl ring, Joe Namath's ring here. So those are the top four prizes for our raffle. $20 super chat gets you 5 raffle entries. Gift a membership, and for every membership you gift, that gets you in the raffle. We're going to bring on our first guest. Ladies and gentlemen, Jets beat reporter for Athlon Sports, Nick Faria, will give us a few minutes right now. What's up, Nick?
How's everything going, Jake? Big time to be a Jets fan, huh?
Oh, man. It felt like this was coming for a while. It's now a done deal. Your initial reaction to that, Nick, and then we'll talk about all the other angles on this, the coaching staff, the GM, but your initial thoughts on Aaron Glenn being the guy for the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy that they wanted. This is the guy that wanted to be here, more importantly. I think when you have a team and a franchise like this who has struggled for so long and has had so many issues with anonymous sources talking about dysfunction, you want people that want to be here. And Aaron Glenn clearly wanted to be here as a former player. He wanted to be the guy, the savior of the Jets franchise as the head coach. There are a lot of things to like about him. First off, the no-nonsense approach. He's a former player. He can connect as a former player. His defenses have improved every year that he was a play caller. No-nonsense culture guy. This is the kind of person that when you talk to Jet fans, they want a culture person, someone who instill this culture that can win games for the team in the long run. They got that here in Aaron Glenn. So by and large, I think it's a solid hire. I've talked before that my overall preference was to find more of an offensive-minded person. But I thought Aaron Glenn's answers about what it takes to instill an offensive system over the last couple of weeks have been very, very important, very helpful for the organization, and certainly something that caught the Johnson family's eye. Certainly, there's going to be questions. He's going to have to find an offensive play caller. He's going to have to figure that out. That's the chief concern now moving forward for his overall staff. But by and large, he's a solid hire. And there's going to be very few people here that can nitpick exactly why he isn't the right man for the job.
You brought up his answers talking about being a coach for the whole team. This was the clip that made the rounds last week. Here's Aaron Glenn being asked about defensive-minded head coaches.
I mean, Bill Belichick is a shining example of a defensive coach who won Super Bowls, but typically it's offensive coordinators. They come from the offense who become Super Bowl head-winning coaches.
Yeah.
Why do you think that might be? Is there...
Well, I don't know if that's truly accurate. I can just go off the top of my head with Bill Carr, Mike Tomlin, Bill Belichick. That's won a ton of Super Bowls as a defensive coach. And here's the one thing that I would say about myself. I'm a coach. I just happen to be on defense. I understand the offense just as well as a number of people. So if you're going to hire me, you're going to hire a coach. You're not going to hire a defensive coach. I'm going to talk to the offense just as much as I'm going to talk to the defense.
It's the right answer. Is it going to be true? That's the question.
And that's the big question. So we can sit here and nitpick, what about this? What about that? And all these concerns. But just from the objective standpoint of who he is and the answers that he has given, I think that was probably one of the more strong answers that we have heard from any particular candidate, offense and defense, over the last couple of years in just a normal press conference like this. So, again, like we said, still questions to ask. We got to know who's going to be running the offensive system. It looks like he's going to try to bring in as many former head coaches as possible to help him along the way, which I also think is very important. But there's something about this first-time head coach thing. A lot of fans don't want and didn't want the first-time head coach because they felt that it was just another Robert Saleh. This isn't that. Aaron Glenn has played in New York. He has been a part of the Jets organization. He understands what it takes to win and what is needed to be handled from the media and from the fan base overall. So I think there's a very clear distinction that separates someone like Glenn and someone like Saleh in that last hiring, where Saleh came in, didn't really understand it, and clearly struggled with it throughout his career with the New York Jets. You're not going to get that with Glenn. I think that's one of just several reasons why he was seen as the favorite. He continued to be the favorite, and now is the head coach of the New York Jets.
As far as the general manager goes, I didn't love the idea that Newmark was just the guy and that was it. I am encouraged that Tom Pelissero is reporting they're going to have more interviews for the GM. But this basically feels like Aaron Glenn's calling the shots ultimately on who he wants to work with. They're not going to hire a GM he's not on board with if you hire the head coach first.
Probably one of the more surprising things is the fact that the Jets hired him first before a general manager. And that's why there was a lot of speculation that Newmark and Glenn would come together. They both left the facility around the same time yesterday. So the expectation was they would come back and eventually be hired for those particular roles. But the fact that they're still opening up other interviews is a good sign, number one, that they're not just going to say, hey, we want to be the Detroit Lions of the last few years. They are trying to build a consistent winner their way. And whether that means Aaron Glenn has full autonomy of the roster, whether that means he's going to have some say in what the GM does, I think it's a pretty clear and important distinction overall. But it did surprise me a little bit that they made this hiring first. At the same time, though, I get it, because the New Orleans Saints were going to be sitting pretty. They were another team that was interested. So hire the head coach you want first, and then figure it out to go along with it. Listen, Aaron Glenn is very respected among a lot of NFL circles. It's not just one or the other. So there are going to be GMs here that are going to want to pair their careers with someone like Aaron Glenn. I don't think that this is going to hurt them at all in this process.
Look, I understand why they did it. Glenn's their guy, and they weren't expecting the Lions to get eliminated as quickly as they did, because through back channels, the Lions are still playing, and Glenn was their guy. They could have said, hey, who are some guys you want to work with, Aaron, and we'll get it all set for you if you're eliminated. But the Lions losing really expedited all this, which is why I think Glenn's getting hired before the GM.
And also why he was hired so quickly after his second interview, because like we mentioned with the Saints, the weather kind of helped in that instance. The Saints had to essentially push back their interviews with Aaron Glenn before later this week. Now it's no longer happening. But you kind of see the way the cards kind of fell in favor of the Jets. The other piece, and again, we mentioned it earlier, but Aaron Glenn wants to be here. He wants to be the head coach of the Jets. And that demand to essentially sit there and say, I want to be the guy to change that. Very, very easy way to sell yourself for a family like the Johnsons and for an organization like the Jets, who have had the label of dysfunction follow them for the last 15 years. So Aaron Glenn played this really, really well. I think the Jets played this smart as well. They understood the guy that they wanted, and they swooped in and got him. They weren't going to wait for something to happen.
His coaching staff hires are going to be so key here, Nick. Your thoughts on some of the reported names out there for OC, DC, special teams, your thoughts on what an Aaron Glenn coaching staff could look like and what you believe it should look like?
Yeah, I think you look at it right now, and there's very few complaints that I think you can really have. They're going to bring in some assistants, former head coaching assistants. You have Steve Wilkes, who potentially could run the defense. That's a really strong hire. I like the idea of having Todd Haley come in as like a senior offensive assistant to help with in-game management and also the offense. And, of course, Kaylee, the offensive play caller. I don't know if Kaylee's going to be the guy. I think there's going to be some consideration throughout. Maybe you look at a guy like Mark Brunell with the Detroit Lions, maybe continue to poach them because Brunell has done such a great job with Detroit's quarterbacks. So there's going to be questions. There's going to have to be things that are figured out. I've said before, the number one focus for Aaron Glenn now is not about the GM. It's not about the quarterback. It's about who he has calling plays on offense. That was the one thing Robert Saleh just simply could not figure out. He couldn't get the quarterback and the play caller to line up and be successful. If Aaron Glenn gets that right, he's going to be the head coach of this team for a very long time.
I truly hope that there are a bunch of former head coaches or just seasoned coaches on the staff. Todd Haley is a veteran assistant. Sign me up for that. Steve Wilkes is the DC. I love that.
I mean, these are great hires that you want for. You don't want them being the head coach, but you want them being in the conversation so that way they can help facilitate the proper structures needed from an offensive and defensive perspective.
No doubt, because I think there's a lot of Jet fans that you love Aaron Glenn. You know he's qualified for the job, but it's just that feeling of here we go again with a first-timer, and you just hope he hires a better staff. I mean, Robert Saleh's first year, first-time head coach, first-time offensive coordinator, first-time defensive coordinator with a rookie quarterback. Like, that is a recipe for disaster, and this situation is different. There's good players on this team. This is not a rebuild. With the right coach, this team, especially if Aaron's back next year, which I hope he is, this team should be competitive for fighting for a playoff spot next year. That's not crazy in today's NFL. We watched the Chargers do it. We watched Denver do it with Sean Payton. If Aaron Glenn is as good of a coach as the Jets are basically telling you they think he is with how they've handled this process, then this team should be good next year. That should be the goal.
And it's not just the Jets that are telling you this either. I've spoken to many people just around the league, and they are all saying he is a leader of men. The Jets fans, I have been saying for weeks now that I think the Jets should be focused on getting an offensive guy. And the one rebuttal I get from pretty much everyone that I speak to is, no, you need the proper coach. You need a leader of men. You need a culture changer, someone who can set the culture and win right away. It's not just about the offense. That is exactly what NFL people think of Aaron Glenn. He is just a perfect head coach in this National Football League. He is the perfect guy for a team like the Jets with these high expectations. And you mentioned Aaron Rodgers. Listen, I'll sit here and say this right now. The fact that he is a defensive-minded guy that just has his overall center on the defense, I think really plays into the idea that Rodgers could return next year after these conversations happen, because Aaron Glenn is going to want to win immediately. And the only way you do that is if you get the quarterback position right. Whether that's with Tyrod Taylor, whether it's that Rodgers, it doesn't really matter at the end. But I truly, truly believe that the best chance of winning with Aaron Glenn as head coach is with Aaron Rodgers as the starting quarterback.
I agree. And look, I think those two will talk, and I think Rodgers will like Glenn because he's a former player. Everyone likes Aaron Glenn. No one has a bad thing to say about the guy. And if it's truly going to be left up to the next regime, as Woody Johnson said it would be in regards to Rodgers, then I hope Aaron's back. I really do, because if Aaron's back, Devontae's back, and that, to me, is the best path for the Jets to be good in 2025 and then figure out quarterback either this year, maybe they draft someone that sits, or obviously 2026, they're going to have to be aggressive and find a way to get their guy. But, this idea that the Jets just need to tank and be bad, and that's the only way to get your quarterback. Look at the teams that were just playing last weekend and how they got their quarterback. It's not, Jaden Daniels went second overall and they hit on him, but a lot of times to find your quarterback, you can make smart trades, and it doesn't need to be a guy taken in the top 3 to do it. So I'm not even thinking about being bad and getting the quarterback like some have floated out there. I hope Aaron's on this team next year with Aaron Glenn as the head coach now, and they can win as many games as possible.
Jalen Hurts is a second-round quarterback, and he's playing for his second Super Bowl. Now, the argument's going to be, well, Jalen's got a great team around him, but his first year as a starting quarterback, they made the playoffs after a 4-11-1 season. Jalen is a really, really good quarterback in this league. He may not be Patrick Mahomes, but he is a top 10 quarterback. You can get these guys in the later round 1, early round 2 spot. So if you're the Jets, it's not just about, we need our quarterback and we're not going to be able to get him in the top 10 if we win right away with Aaron Rodgers. That shouldn't be the mindset. The mindset next year with Aaron Glenn as the head coach should be to compete for a playoff spot right away. And I think you can do it. You bring back Rodgers, you bring back Adams, you try to figure out what you want to do in free agency. You create some cap space with some shrewd deals. And I certainly think the Jets can be a playoff contender next season. Now, there are other things that have to happen. We got to take a look at who's going to be running the offense. But by and large, this is a strong hire. I'm not going to sit here and say that he was the guy that I would have chosen. But objectively, from a reporter standpoint, everyone I've talked to says this is one of the best hires of this cycle, and Jet fans should be very excited about what's going on.
I really do think if we didn't just go through the Robert Saleh experience, it'd be almost universal love. But I don't blame anyone who's just feeling like, again, highly respected defensive guy. He's not Saleh. He's his own man. He deserves the benefit of the doubt. But the reason why I think this is not universal love is because of the history of this franchise and the fact that it's another first-timer on the defensive side of the ball.
But I think the one difference with Robert Saleh and a guy like Aaron Glenn is the fact that Robert Saleh essentially came in and said, we're rebuilding our first year. Everyone's brand new. We've got new quarterback, new assistants. There's really no true experienced level coaches behind him. They were all learning on the fly right away. Aaron Glenn, from everything we've heard about in terms of hiring the assistants, he is essentially saying, I know I'm not going to have every answer. I'm going to need help. I'm going to need people with experience. And if Todd Haley and Steve Wilks are at the top of his list of people he wants to bring in, that is a huge, huge get overall for New York, because they're not just going to be, oh, we're going to be running the offense, we're running the defense, and that's how we're going to win. They're going to help a person like Glenn figure out the right systems, figure out the right ways to win moving forward. So when you get a young defensive-minded coach like this, you need to make sure he is surrounded by the right people. Dan Campbell, great example. He's never been a play caller offensively or defensively, but he hired the right people. Mick Sirianni hired the right people. They are both extremely successful. If you hire the right people around you, you will find success. And I think that's a huge difference from someone like Robert Saleh, who essentially said, I want to grow with my staff, and Aaron Glenn, who said, I want people that know what they're doing, who can help me get even better.
Nick, appreciate you hopping on, man. Thanks for being a part of this stream. We have, I don't know if this is a record. It's probably close to it. 1,600 people watching live right now. Click that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Jet fans, you guys are the best fans in sports. We hit over 41K on this channel the other day. I'm going to continue to be live each and every day talking about our crummy football team that hopefully got it right this time around. Subscribe if you haven't, and continue to support your fellow content creators. Nick, where can people find you if they want more Jet coverage?
Nick_Faria 1720. Just make sure you guys are all following, because we're going to have a ton of content coming out within the next couple of hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Faria, Jets beat reporter, joining us there. We got more special guests set to join us throughout the course of the show. Gift channel memberships if you want in on the raffle. Signed Garrett Wilson jersey, signed Aaron Glenn card, signed Breece Hall jersey patch card, and, oh yeah, replica Super Bowl III championship ring, Joe Willie Namath's championship ring. Why do I bring up Joe Willie? He has weighed in on the Aaron Glenn hire. Joe Namath tweeting, quote, I'm hoping all Jet fans are as thrilled as my family and I are that Aaron Glenn is our new head coach. I wish the season would start next week. Namath also saying in previous tweets he wants Aaron back at quarterback, Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback. I'm with Joe. Look, I hope this works. I really like Aaron Glenn. He was not my first choice. I wanted experience, especially experience on the offensive side. Mike McCarthy was out there. I'm frustrated they didn't even speak with him. I thought Brian Flores would have been a good fit, but you're nuts if you're not rooting for Aaron Glenn. This guy wanted the job. He's a former Jet. Let's hope it works. He's got to hire a great staff. That's where it starts. Ladies and gentlemen, memberships are flying off the shelves. How about a 5-spot of channel memberships gifted by Bronx Jet fans?
It's the Asmaniac membership raffle. For every membership gifted, you receive 1 ticket entered in the raffle to win epic prizes.
Derek, Douglas Welsh, Adrian Rostin, Brian Rapp, and A&J Gaming all became channel members. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get to some super chats. I got more special guests joining us. Jeff Parles will be coming on at 3:30, working on some other big names too, as we will be live all throughout the afternoon now, baby, talking about the Jets hiring Aaron Glenn. And I knew this news would happen right after I wrapped up a 3-hour stream this morning. Literally 10 minutes after that, boom, every time. Dan the Jet fan, why the head coach before the GM? I think it was a matter of they didn't want Glenn to go to the Saints, right? I think they thought they were going to have more time. I think Glenn, they identified as their guy, and they didn't want to lose him. So they know he's such a good candidate. There'll be other GMs who want to work with him. I'm glad they're continuing second-round interviews. At least reportedly they are, according to the NFL Network. Lance Newmark might be a great fit, but talk to more people. It doesn't just need to be Lance Newmark. Hopefully they give Alec Hallerby from the Eagles another interview. I really hope they give Thomas Dimitroff another interview. I wouldn't mind seeing Brian Gain, the Bills assistant GM, getting another interview. Jeff writes in, AG was a Pro Bowl player. He worked his way up the ladder from scout to assistant to position coach in D.C. This isn't Saleh by any imagination. In AG, I trust and welcome home. He is different than Saleh, yes. But I will push back on one thing. Everything we're talking about with Aaron Glenn, a lot of it was the same thing with Saleh. These are facts. I played you on this very show 4 years ago, my reaction to Saleh. And I used the words, leader of men, learn from great coaches, going to coach the whole team, be a CEO personality. And it was all talk and not enough action. All gas, no break. It was all ass, actually. 20 and 36. And it wasn't just Robert Saleh, but he wasn't ultimately a good coach. even though he might get a second coaching job, and he could thank Jeff Ober for being horrible and thank Woody Johnson even more for firing him when the team was 2-3. If he ends up taking that Jacksonville job. Because no one else seems to want it because they won't fire the GM there, which is crazy to me. But look, Aaron Glenn is not Robert Saleh. But let's not pretend like there aren't similarities with these hires. It doesn't mean it's the same thing, though. The Buffalo Bills fired Rex Ryan and hired Sean McDermott. Sean McDermott was a defensive guy who replaced a defensive guy. But Sean McDermott's a better coach than Rex Ryan. So it's not apples to apples here. Every evaluation should be made differently. Imagine saying you'll never draft Ohio State quarterbacks, for example, because they haven't worked. How'd that work for C.J. Stroud and the Texans? You got to evaluate every candidate, every player uniquely. You can't just lump everyone together. That said, there is something to the fact that the Jets have continued to hire first-timers. It's not so much to me the defensive background, it's the first-timer thing more than anything else. I wanted experience. I texted with someone in the front office the day the Jets fired Joe Douglas to get this person's thoughts. And this person wrote to me, New York is not a job for first-timers. And it stuck with me for months. So I'd be the biggest hypocrite ever if on this show I'm like, yeah, Aaron Glenn, my choice all wrong. He's the guy. He's going to do great. Like, I don't know. I hope he does great. He might do great. It's a risk. We'll find out if they got it right. Tyrone writes in, great news. Let's back him up, forget the past BS, and move forward. Now get I believe you mean Devontae and Roger. I agree. Bring back both. Purple Belt Mike says, clothes are coming off, baby. LFG. P.S. Draft Dart. He likes Jackson Dart. Mike, if you take your clothes off, you'll be sent to the hole for life. No one wants to see that. Unless it's your Batman tattoo, because that's pretty cool. Tony S. writes in, I'm on board with AG. Who do you like for OC and DC? Steve Wilkes being the DC, I like. I like that. For the OC, Nick Caley intrigues me. Clint Kubiak intrigues me. Can we get Gary Kubiak on the staff as a senior advisor? Ralph says, why are 2 picks included? The Jets aren't giving up 2 picks. These are compensatory picks that go to the Lions from the league because it's a minority candidate getting hired. It's part of the rules. Rich Samini just spoke to Bill Parcells over the phone. He tweeted the following. Just got off the phone with Bill Parcells, Aaron Glenn's mentor. Parcells doesn't get excited about too many things, but you could hear it in his voice. He was pumped up for Glenn. They still talk regularly. Parcells, quote, I know he's done an awful lot of diligent work to prepare himself to be a pro coach. He worked hard over the years. He started in scouting, which is a very good place to start. And he learned about personnel acquisition, prototypes, and things like that. He knows all that. Hey, the big tuna's on board. Hopefully the big tuna still has his fastball. Here's more on Aaron Glenn's start. He was on the Pivot podcast months ago. Here's Aaron Glenn talking about how he got into coaching.
Why jump right back into this?
Man, I'm going to tell you guys that I'm going to try to make this a quick story. So, and a lot of people don't even know this about me. Retired in 2008. Man, I owned 8 restaurants from 2008 to 2011. All right, you guys right there called Frenchies in Houston. Yeah, I actually owned 8 of them at one point. And they were doing well. Man, I actually had one in the Texan Stadium, right? I had one right across the street, right, from the Texas. So the players used to always come over and eat. Man, it was like a club on Sundays. All right, it was good and it was doing well. So, man, I'm at home. It's probably 2010. I'm at home and I'm watching SportsCenter or something like that. And man, I am cursing the TV out. I'm watching somebody play and I'm just cursing the TV out. They should have done this. They should have done that. All right, and my wife's in there, and she was like, AG. I'm like, what? She said, go coach.
Right.
I'm like, wow. What do you mean? She said, listen, it's cool you doing your restaurant thing, right? And you like that, but you love ball. You love ball. And, man, when I tell you a weight was off my shoulders after that, because I was like most guys, you know, coming out, man, I have to be this big-time businessman. I have to sit behind a desk wearing a suit and tie. And, man, that wasn't me. You know, and I'm doing something that I liked, but I didn't love. Right. And I want to make sure if I do something, man, my heart got to be in it. And once she told me that, I jumped right in it, man. And at that point, and this is a saying I always say, I didn't stick my toe in the water to see if it was cold. I jumped right on in there. Right, and I scouted, in-house scout with the Jets a couple of years. Then I went on the road. I was driving for hours, right, college scouting. Then I went right to being assistant DB coach. I did my QC thing because I want to make sure I didn't miss one step. I want to start from the bottom. I told everybody I was there, don't treat me any different than anybody else, right? Because I want to understand everything there is about the scouting process. I want to know everything about being a QC. I want to know everything about being an assistant coach, all right, to a lead DB coach, to a defense coordinator I am right now, right? And I'm hoping to be a head coach at some point. So I didn't want to miss one step, so you can't tell me that I haven't seen it, just like with a player.
I mean, look, you could say you want an experience like I did. What I won't say is that Aaron Glenn's not qualified to be a head coach. That'd be asinine. I just hope he's the right guy. This is a tough job. There's 31 jobs in the NFL, and then there's the Jet job. It is different. It is. Aaron Glenn knows that, and he wanted this. You got to respect that. All right, we got some super chats to get into, some memberships, but we got breaking news involving a different team. The Jaguars just fired Trent Baalke, their GM. What a disaster. They lose out on Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen because they're keeping Baalke, who I don't think has had like a 10-win season since 2013. And they just followed him. They just fired him. So does Liam Cohen now take that job? What a mess. As bad as it is, Jet fans, we're not the Jaguars, at least. All right, some super chats here. We got memberships coming in. Appreciate everyone supporting the show. We got a massive audience. I think this might be the most concurrence we've ever had live. I could be wrong. We're at 1,600 people live right now. Click the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Tony, I'm on board with AG. I love it. Dirty Ray, bring back Rodgers. I agree. Rodgers and then draft a quarterback on day 2. I'm in. I'm keeping all options open, but I want Aaron Rodgers as the Jet quarterback in 2025. You are not a better team moving off of Aaron. If he wants to play, he should be the quarterback, period. Compared to other teams, we're a joke. Offensively, always have been. Offensive-minded head coach should have been the move. Tell me who that coach is, though. Right? I agree with you. Tell me who that coach is. I wanted Mike McCarthy. Who's yours? David says, another first-time head coach, not the answer. We don't know that. I didn't want a first-time head coach, but I had no choice but to root for Aaron Glenn. Edward says, is the new GM on board with Aaron Glenn? We're going to find out. I do like that they're not just giving Newmark the job. Let's interview more candidates. Why interview 15 guys and then only do one second-round interview with one guy? I like that, according to Tom Pelissero, the Jets plan to proceed with additional second-round interviews. That's good. Philip, hopefully we don't get a first-time OC. Kikuchi, hopefully Glenn's bringing a winning culture. Praying for him to be our greatest coach and bring us a bowl. Hopefully he's bringing us a Super Bowl, not more bowel movements. I can't do it anymore. Raw Power, good enough for Parcells, good enough for me. Jetpack, exciting new chapter for our Jets. Happy to see Glenn coach this team next season. Great player, great leader, hopefully great coach. Always go Jets. Amen. Michael, I'm in. After 56 years, what choice do I have? I think we're all in. It's just you hope they got it right. Bo, super chat. Glenn was a part of one of the most dynamic offenses in the NFL to date, along with massive defensive upgrades. Offense should be greatly improved. It's going to depend on who his coordinator hires are. And also, I think the offensive coordinator is the most important hire he makes. You know what the second most important hire he makes? Who's the offensive line coach? Get Keith Carter out of here. Get out. Should have been gone before last year even started. All right? How could you have Breece Hall and then draft 2 running backs and have that dog crap of a running game? And don't tell me it's because Rodgers checks out of a lot of it. He's checking out of it because they couldn't run the ball at all. They sucked. Breece Hall has 0 games this past year with 20 carries or more. And don't blame Rodgers for that because Breece Hall is retweeting people saying he wants Rodgers back. It's because they couldn't run the ball, despite actually having some talent, at least with the starters on the offensive line. 4 of the 5 guys are under contract. All right? It's the OC and the O-line coach. 2 big hires for Aaron Glenn. He better get them right. Uno says, Jake, I have a good feeling. I hope you do. NYJ Maddie, like every year, we're going to show up. We need AG to get the team at least break 500 the first year. We have the players. Is AG the right leader? He sounds like he is. He sounds authentic. Players could tell when you're a phony. Aaron Glenn sounds real. But it's a different job. So hopefully it translates. Austrian Jet fan, I got you down on the raffle for one. Big fella in the house. Would you accept a preemptive ban on Butterball? Just want to hear football. I am a Capplefish. Hold on, let me answer a call on the money phone. No, what, big fella? I will not. We'll see what happens here. All right? No preemptive ban on Beastbreaker. If he wants to call in, we'll see how it goes. Adrian says, give me Steve Wilkes for DC and McCown for OC. McCown, I don't think would leave to be Aaron Glenn's offensive coordinator. Adam Schefter reported last week McCown would only leave Minnesota to be a head coach. Austrian Jet fan in the raffle for 5, baby. If you got a membership, thank him. I want to move the show along. Wrong verb. As long as Glenn doesn't insult our intelligence like Saleh and Obrick routinely did, it's already an upgrade. LFG Jets. I mean, can we cut Michael Clemens? Can that be one of the first personnel moves here? That'd be awesome. Nick Shine in the raffle for 5 with a $20 super chat. He writes in, jet me the F up into the raffle. Love that Glenn's trying to put an experienced staff together. Veteran coach move. It has to be that way. Janice Jet, 10 raffle entries, 10 memberships. Boom, sound the alarm. Love it. Love it. Thank you, Janice. I'll get you down for 10. That's no ghost. Glenn should be introduced in his old Jets number 31. So I did radio for many of you who have followed this channel. I am a sports talk show host now for ESPN New York and Mad Dog Radio on Sirius. But my full-time job before I did Jet YouTube now this last year and change was I was the afternoon host on ESPN Houston. My show was 3 to 7, Monday through Friday. And I was there when they hired D'Amico Ryans. I was still working. And the Texans presented D'Amico with his old jersey at the press conference. So it wouldn't shock me if the Jets do that. They also sold D'Amico Ryans jerseys with his number on it, but it said coach instead of Ryans on the back, which was pretty cool. I'm going to have to get an Aaron Glenn jersey. That's my next jersey purchase. Oh, but Jake, you didn't want him. Yeah, but guess what? I'm a Jet fan who's going to root for him. And I didn't want him over someone like Brian Flores or Mike McCarthy or before that Mike Vrabel. But I'll take Aaron Glenn over Arthur Smith or Matt Nagy or Mike Loxley or Ron Rivera or some of these other jabronis they wasted our time on interviewing. Go Aaron Glenn. Tyler says exactly the interview I mentioned yesterday. Yeah, go watch Glenn on the Pivot podcast if you want it. It's a good interview. My brother writes in, not a fan of the Moon, but I'm a Jet fan first and hope they prove me wrong. Keep up the good work, Jake. Thanks for watching, Zachary. Mike with a super chat. Really positive about a good player in the league. Ex-Jet, helped the first-time head coach succeed. He knows what it looks like. Let's go. Amen. I hope so. Leany in North Carolina checks in. I want to throw up. I'm relieved. I'm excited. Praying AG is the man to help our Jets. Leany, please. Please, Aaron Glenn, please be the guy. Please be the guy. That's we're dying for this playoff drought to end. Ladies and gentlemen, the big fella. 20 memberships. Whoa.
It's the Asmaniac membership raffle. For every membership gifted, you receive 1 ticket entered in the raffle to win epic prizes.
It's raining memberships. Here we go. 20 memberships, 20 entries into our raffle for the signed Garrett Wilson jersey, the signed Aaron Glenn card, the signed Breece Hall card. Here we go. 20 names. Thank you to Big Fella for his incredible support here. TX, TVS, Mark Francis, GM, Terminator, GMB Jeff, the NYJ Pod, Andrew Bach, Isaiah Russell, Drew Balcom, Peter Borbio, Doug Hurst, DJ Starkiss, Mr. Coliseum, Charles Barkley, Matt Coy, FPP, Goose McGee, Steve K, NY Mike 8, all receiving channel memberships. Also, because we've had enough memberships the last couple days, I need someone out there, talented, to design an Aaron Glenn channel emoji for me to add to the arsenal. We got Gator, we got Snowball, we got Joe Mike, and anyone else who wants to send me an Aaron Glenn emoji to use, look up what YouTube needs size-wise for it to be eligible, and email me asmanjake@gmail.com, and we will add that for all channel members to be able to use. Tyler, Super Chat, cuts the line. Already stated he's trying to bring in Steve Wilkes, Todd Haley, C. Banjo, Westy, former Bears intern T. Brown, and potentially McCown on the staff. The names excite me. Robert Saleh tried to bring in some big names too, if you remember. You got to get them. Money talks too there. Hopefully Aaron Glenn, in part of this contract negotiation, negotiated a lot of money for his assistant coaches, because that's how you get guys. Rick Kent in the raffle for 5. Not my first choice either, but I'm behind him all the way. Let's go. We're all Glenn guys now. Glenn guys and gals. Mad Team, Thomas Dimitrov, GM, please. I agree. Iconic Aware, not my first choice, but believe AG's coming with the greatest of intentions. I believe that he believes he could be the one that changes this organization. He's called this a dream job for a while. Started his career here. First job in pro football was here in the NFL. I hope he's the guy, man. I hope he's the guy. I really do. Comments, questions, super chats. Let's get to your calls. If you give 20 memberships, you go first. Big fella, start us off on the Aaron Glenn to the Jet stream.
Hey man, I'm happy about this. I want to go over something yesterday that happened. Rob said that I was trying to get you to like Aaron Glenn. I wasn't trying to get you to like Aaron Glenn, dude. I was just stating my own point, and you stated yours. I respect yours, and so that's where we're at with that.
I hope Aaron Glenn's incredible. I really
so do I. I mean, the fact that he went from the Kotite years as a player into the Parcells years, seeing how that could change into something positive from a negative, and then watching the Lions, go from garbage to being in the playoffs and being, possibly the best regular season team in the NFC. I think that's saying something. That's good experience. Him being a disciple of Parcells is one of the things that really sold me on him, and I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Now we have to see who he hires for his offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator and all those other positions. But thank God Keith Carter is finally going to go.
You better.
Brent Boyer has to go. Jesus Christ, he has to go.
Bring back Westhoff, man. If Westhoff wants to come out of retirement, I'm in. I love Westhoff.
Bro, I worry about him on the sidelines, like someone running into him,
I think it's going to be the guy under Westhoff who's with the Saints, that Banjo guy that's been mentioned.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool, too. Yeah, I mean, it's a new day for the Jets. We all should be happy. We're moving in the right direction. Some people didn't want him. They wanted an offensive coach. I understand that. But we got the Senior Bowl coming up. We have to get this stuff done. Glenn is a good fit, and it's nice to have a Jet actually in the building as our coach. I mean, that I don't know, that's something nice to have. So
look, Aaron Glenn is qualified for this job. He wants this job. He's the first former Jet player, basically ever to be their coach. I know Walt Michaels, I guess, technically played one game for the New York Titans in 1963 before he was their head coach in 77. But, this is a Jet. Like the Texans are experiencing this with D'Amico. The Chargers hired Harbaugh. The Lions have Campbell. The Patriots have Rabel. Like this, there's success in the league with former coaches coaching their teams.
Absolutely. You have to, you got to love your own guy. You know what I mean? And he was first round draft pick. He did great things. He isn't the best corner, obviously, in our history, but he did a lot of good things. I mean, I'm just really happy about this. That's all I can say. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you're happy, man. I hope. I know you're confident in this. I hope you're right. I hope Aaron Glenn's the best coach of my lifetime. I'm tired of losing.
If I'm not, well, I mean, we'll all be in the same boat again. But,
Well, 3 years from now, we'll be doing this again. That's how this goes.
I mean, I like the move. That's all I can say. And, I'm positive with this. So go Jets. That's it.
Now, Beast Breaker, you wanted to preemptively ban the man on the day the Jets made a big hire? Come on.
Yeah, because he's just going to talk a bunch of bullshit. And, he did block me. So,
He blocked you.
Yeah. So once he comes on, it's insta-ban. So.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. That's
Give him a chance to make some salient points.
He can't go out doing pussy move stuff like that, man. So, it's it is what it is, Insta-ban. All right.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. I might have to pay money to bring him back. All right.
All right. And I'll pay
you have more money than me, though. I can't go toe-to-toe with the big fella.
I don't know about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the big fella checking in, starting us off. We'll get to more of your calls. Let me get to some super chats here. We have Jeff Parles joining us in about 15 minutes. I tried to get us Fireman Ed today, but he's on a plane back from Key West. Ed, I know you're watching. I know you wanted an experience like I did, but as you and I talked about, Glenn's a Jet, and we'll be rooting for him. Let's see. A couple super chats here. Bo says, get back to the playoffs, Aaron Glenn. If he does that, hopefully, even if it doesn't end up working out well, Aaron Glenn being whoever the coach is, and the quarterback for that matter, but I'll talk about the coach right now. Even if Aaron Glenn never wins a Super Bowl, but he's the guy that got this playoff drought over, that's not nothing. It's the longest playoff drought in sports. If Aaron Glenn got this team to the playoffs next year and they lost in the wild card round, he'll still go down in Jet history. Like that's not nothing. Cincy, thoughts on the Falcons hiring Brick? I think Jeff Ulbrich is a nice guy. I have no ill will towards him. He was woefully unprepared to be a head coach. He's probably better suited to just remain the DC. What would concern me, though, from a Falcons standpoint, the Jet defense fell off a cliff once they fired Saleh. I had heard and had reported on this show Saleh was way more involved with the Jet defense than anyone realized. So, now Ulbricht's on his own. There's no Saleh there to help him. We'll see what it looks like. More of your calls. A member of the 4% female demographic is weighing in. Raven is up next. What's up, Raven?
Not much, Jake. I mean, let me tell you, I'm really ecstatic about Aaron Glenn. I've been really high on him. Well, it was first just because of the fact that he played such an integral role in rebuilding the Lions, because it's a very similar situation, like a perennially down bad, shitty team with poor culture. And he was a huge part of rebuilding that. And, some of the concerns that people have had about his defense up until Aiden Hutchinson went down, the Lions were a top 5 defense. Now, I know how many games did he went down, like week 5, week 6. I can't really remember.
After that Cowboys when you went down, I remember.
Yeah. It was the Cowboys game. I just can't remember when exactly it was, but whatever. I know it was a small sample size to consider, but look, at the end of the day, that defense, it was still getting the job done. The Lions are obviously a team that's carried by their offense, but the defense was still doing its job. And I think I read that I could have these numbers switch. I think they were like a top 10 rushing defense. I could have that completely wrong. I looked this up a long time ago. And they were a top 5 scoring defense. Again, guys, don't quote me on that. I could have that completely switched up. It's something I read a long time ago. And those were the 2 areas in which we were weakest in defense.
Their defense was great in scoring, great on third down, and they forced a ton of turnovers. And the Jet defense might have been statistically good this year in yards allowed. Oh, you hear every week, Jets top 10 in total defense. It means nothing when you can't get off the field and get a big stop when the game's on the line. And the Lions did that a lot.
Exactly. And that's why, I think, when you're looking at total defense rankings, it doesn't really tell the complete story. But when you really break it down, the areas in which we were the weakest in defense, the Lions were strongest in defense. And at the end of the day, we had way more talent, even with the holes that we currently have in our defense, than the Lions have ever had. So think about what he can do with that. And then it's just around about him surrounding himself with the right people. A name that I really like that I've seen floated around, it started with Albert Breer, was Nick Caley. I looked that up, and ever since he's been in the building, the Lions have had a top 10 passing offense, which is going to be huge. And Look, I could go on, and I'm a bit of a rambler, but I really like this hire. I think this is a guy who knows culture. It can't be overstated how huge and important it is that he's familiar with the Jets culture. He was there when they were doing well with Parcells. He was there when they weren't doing so well with the other coaches he was under. Obviously, he's familiar with the pressure of being in a New York market. So this isn't going to be a guy that's going to cower in a corner if the media shits on him for playing a bad game. And again, I just think this is like a very well-rounded hire for the Jets. And I'm really excited for it.
He has to hire the right staff, Raven.
Exactly.
And you have to hope that all this translates, but he's qualified. He's ready. Aaron Glenn is deserving of this job. The argument against Aaron Glenn is the lack of head coaching experience. But no one's going to say he's not qualified. I've seen some of that online. I think that's nuts. Aaron Glenn's deserving of this job. I've seen some comments. What does he even accomplish? Nonsense. Aaron Glenn has done everything you need to do to be a head coach. The question is going to be, does it translate? And big picture, maybe not this year, because Rodgers could be back for a year. He's not going to be under the pressure to get a quarterback and win right away. When they draft a quarterback, which is likely going to be in the first round, if not this year, then the following year, and if it's not the first round, it's early in the second round, is that quarterback going to be the right pick and in position to develop and succeed? Because if he doesn't get that right, he will not last. Ultimately, Rex Ryan inherited an outstanding team. And then when that team started to fade and they got old and they replaced guys and they needed Mark Sanchez after he got that contract in 2011 to play like a franchise quarterback, he wasn't good enough to do it. Talent is only going to get you so you're going to need a quarterback. And that's going to define him. And it's harder to feel confident in nailing that quarterback selection when that time comes with a defensive guy. Doesn't mean it can't be done. Sean McDermott's a defensive guy. He's hired 2 offensive coordinators that have been really good. Dable and Cliff Kingsbury. Joe Brady. And then I was going to bring up the Commanders, Dan Quinn, another defensive guy. He hired Cliff Kingsbury, and they hit on Jaden Daniels. It could be done. D'Amico Ryans made the playoffs his first 2 years as a defensive guy, former player. He's the comp for Aaron Glenn. The Jets are trying to copy the Texans' plan. The difference is the Texans had the second pick in the draft and took C.J. Stroud. Jets are picking 7th in no man's land if they want a quarterback. That's why I want Aaron back for one more year. I think it gives you your best chance to be a good team next year. I'm hoping Aaron Glenn could go Mangini in 06 next year. Remember Chad Pennington, comeback player of the year in 06? That 2005 Jets team with all the injuries, Herms last year, they were supposed to be terrible. And then Mangini comes in. The reason why he got the Mangenius nickname and he's getting a cameo on The Sopranos is because that team, with Pennington healthy, went out there with better coaching and they made the playoffs. I'm hoping Rodgers could be Pennington and Glenn could be Mangini. Give us a 2006 season next year, for the love of God. Jeffrey says, do you remember the day they hired Glenn? I do. Is there a joke here I'm missing? But I appreciate you watching, Jeffrey. V-Man, $10 super chat. Moneybags V-Man. Look at this. Jake, if Aaron Glenn makes it to the playoffs next year, you and I drink some sort of Puerto Rican moonshine called Pitoro. We will ask Hector if he knows a guy who makes it. You got to be, man. I look forward to hopefully having to drink this concoction you wrote in about. TLC Gaming. Go Jets. Aaron Glenn. Hope it moves the needle. Please. I hope. I'm going to buy a Glenn jersey today. I hope. Amir writes in, talks have been bringing in Todd Haley as a veteran offensive presence. I like that. Brian, super chat, cuts the line. Thank you, Brian. Playoff home game with all my brothers and sisters making MetLife shake. We're hungry for a playoff game. I'll see you all there. Get your gloves, hoodies, Jets gear ready. Jets for life. I'm glad to see some positivity. I am. I hope it happens, man. By the way, could you imagine if the Jets had an AFC Championship game on a day like today? How cold it is? It was 8 degrees this morning. Single digits in New York City, where I live. Unreal. Derek Q. Jake, does this mean Sauce will cover the other team's number 1? I think you'll see that a lot more. If they hire Wilkes, then absolutely. Yeah, Sauce is going to benefit immensely from Aaron Glenn and potentially Steve Wilkes. I'm very excited about that. Johnny P, super chat, cuts the line. Not super excited about Glenn. Wanted offensive guy, but very encouraged by the prospect of hiring Wilkes, as it's a good sign he will be a CEO type. I do not believe that we're going to see Aaron Glenn at least initially call the defense. I think he's going to coach the whole team like Dan Campbell. Now, D'Amico Ryans does call the defense for the Texans. Saleh did not call the defense for the Jets, but he was way more involved than a lot of people realized. So we'll see what the balance is. This is where when you have a first-time head coach, you don't know. He's learning on the job. He's going to make mistakes, and he's learning on Woody Johnson's dime. These are some of the things why I wanted someone who's done it before that you already know they have a plan. But maybe we see, Aaron Glenn come in and he nails it right away. We'll find out. More of your calls right now. Let's say hello to Ray from Cali. What's up, Ray?
Hey, how you doing, Jake?
I'm good, Ray. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. I'm excited. I'm for the Aaron Glenn. I think about the fact that
Ray, call back from a better internet spot because the phone monster got you there. Jet Life, 5 memberships. They've been gifted.
It's Jets, Jets. I love Fireman Ed too.
5 memberships, 5 more names to the raffle. Eddie Lindnall, DJ Tiger, Brooklyn Jets, Tony Formaggio, Zach Cartwright, all receiving channel memberships. Let's go. Let's get a membership bonanza. You want a Garrett Wilson signed jersey? You want an Aaron Glenn signed card? You want a replica Super Bowl 3 ring? You want a Breece Hall signed card? Let's go, baby. Membership bonanza. More of your calls. In fact, let's go back to the guy that was just on. Hopefully we can hear him this time. What's up, Ray?
Can you hear me?
Much better, Ray. Go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that I'm excited for the Aaron Glenn, just to see that somebody from inside the organization as a player is now going to be trying to change the culture. I think that he's going to also, our defense got real weak. And when I mean weak, I'm talking about tackling wise. It seemed like they're soft. I think he'll change. Have you ever thought about maybe if they could bring Bart Scott in as a linebacker coach? He's very knowledgeable of the defense.
I don't know if he'd want to do it. I don't know if he'd want to do it. I mean, I think if Rex was the coach, he would. I don't know if he has any relationship with Aaron Glenn, but if Bart Scott wanted the coach, he's definitely someone I'd love to have involved with the organization.
I would love Bart Scott. I love his energy. I love his knowledge. I watch him when he's talking about what he sees in the game and everything. Why hasn't he gone into like the coaching? They got like a little coaching seminar for players that might want to get into coaching. But anyway, get back to the Jets. I'm excited. I'm hearing that he's going to think about bringing Westhoff back out of retirement. I don't know what position, whether it's going to be deep special teams. I'm hearing Mark Brunell also. I'm hearing offensive as either offensive coordinator or a quarterback coach, Mark Brunell. And he said that he's going to bring in he's going to bring in a coach who's had for defensive coordinator that's been so he's I think
Ray, good attempt. We lost you at the end there. Look, the coaching staff's going to be huge. Some of the names you mentioned I like. Clint Kubiak for OC intrigues me. The guy from the Rams that keeps getting thrown out there, Nick Caley. I think he is continuing to be linked to Glenn. And we'll see. Steve Wilkes, I think, as the DC would be an awesome hire. I like that a lot. Jet Life in the raffle, 5 memberships. Or did I read this already? I don't know if I did. Jet Life, thank you if I didn't acknowledge this. I don't know if I did. I'm trying to do news here. I'm in hour number 5 of broadcasting right now already today. So I think I got this, but I didn't. Jet Life, thank you again. Johnny P, not super excited about Glenn. Wanted offensive guy, but very encouraged by the prospect of hiring Wilkes. Agreed. Bo with the super chat. Sauce better tighten his laces. Glenn is coming. I'm not worried about Sauce at all. On the litany of issues for this franchise, Sauce Gardner is not one of them. Don't forget that. All right, let's get to more of your calls here. We got a guest joining us shortly. Let's say hello before we do that, though, to Mr. 3D Boxing himself.
Gas station pizza is better than a Big Mac.
You're on mute, Gary.
Don't worry. I'm a professional at this. I'm
There
a
you go.
professional at this.
You're wearing a Nets jersey the day after the Knicks
Oh,
beat
I
them?
brought this back. This is it's the D'Lo jersey from 2018. I get to wear it again. I had it. I got it like the second half of that season, and then like, a couple months later he was gone. And my wife had it in storage with like my LaDainian Tomlinson jersey. I was like, you gotta get that. You gotta get that jersey out. So I got the D'Lo jersey back out. Now we have the greatest backcourt God ever created: Cam Thomas and D'Lo. I wanted to look. We were on the same page with Glenn. I'm sure he'll be fine. I just wanted someone with experience, but I want to defend him a little bit. It's not the guy I would have picked. I would have took Flores, right? But he's obviously an intelligent guy, right? We can tell that from listening to him. He's a smart guy. He's played with the following coaches from college to the NFL. Legendary A&M coach R.C. Slocum, Pete Carroll, Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick, Jack Del Rio, Sean Payton, Ted Cottrell, Mike Zimmer, and Vic Fangio. He's been around a lot of great minds in football, right? Like, that means something, right? It's like J.J. Redick. Like, how did he get that job so quickly? Well, look at the basketball minds, Doc Rivers, Stan Van Gundy. He's been around so many great basketball minds that he moves quickly. He's a smart guy. He absorbed this information. I've given you great offensive minds and defensive minds that he's been around. Like, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt here, even though it's not the guy I would have picked. I would have picked someone with experience. If you believe that he's smart and you believe he's hardworking, he's absorbed knowledge from some of the best coaches in the history of football. Pete Carroll, Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick, right? If he's absorbed this and he can, take a little bit from everybody, maybe this can be a really good thing.
I hope. That's all I got for you, man.
That's all I got too, Jake. I hope. I'm trying to make an argument for him. Yeah.
The argument for him is everything you said, and that he's one of the top candidates. But seemingly the Jets have an inability to ever hit on the right coach. And even the ones they hit on.
Break the news to Decker? Tell Decker.
What?
The Jets hired a new head coach.
It's your dad, Decker. Your dad is leaving you, and he's gonna go coach the Jets. You're moving to New York with him, maybe.
I'm the new head coach of the.
No, you're not.
So you're leaving Texas.
No.
We'll eat pizza and cannoli every day, okay?
No.
She likes Texas too much to leave.
The Jets hired a new head coach, baby.
Yay.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
All right. I like the optimism, Dak. I'm iffy.
Is it cannoli?
It's not cannoli. We didn't hire a dog.
Cannoli will win more games than Gase.
Coach than you.
It would have been a better coach than the old coach. That's for sure.
Cannoli.
And also, by the way, when I was listening to that Pivot podcast interview with Aaron Glenn, see, that's a good wife. Not like trash tier Adrian Balboa. His wife said, go up, go coach, go do what you love. She didn't say, you can't win, Aaron. She didn't say that. So Mrs. Glenn 1, Mrs. Balboa 0.
All right, Gary. I appreciate it. My guest has arrived, so I'll come back to you. All right.
I'm gonna, yeah, appreciate you.
Knockouts don't matter if you land enough jabs.
Before we bring on our special guest, let's acknowledge 5 more memberships being gifted for the raffle. Rick Kent coming through for the people, baby. All right, let's continue our live stream here. We will be bringing on great guests throughout the course of the show, including a guy who was supposed to be joining us at this time anyway. And we didn't know Aaron Glenn would be hired an hour before we did this. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Parles in his weekly spot. What's up, Jeff?
What a break for me, finally, right? I mean, finally, some big news busting open when I'm on with you, Jake. But it's a new era. We got plenty to discuss. I know you've been at it for about an hour already.
Yep, and look, it felt like this was coming after the second interview yesterday. No one else was scheduled. He was in the building. You heard about an offer late last night. They got it done. I'm curious though, at any point between him leaving the building last night and then throughout the day today, was there any part of you that thought, are they really not going to get this done? Did you think at any point Aaron Glenn would not be this team's next head coach?
As soon as he was in the building yesterday, that it was obvious. Now, to me, now it all makes sense the timeline wise, where clearly Glenn went back home to Detroit to just take the last thoughts. All right, do I really want to take the leap? Do I want this job? I don't think he ever really I know that New Orleans had the interview set up, but I never really bought that Aaron Glenn would go to New Orleans, even with the connection to the Saints. I think that's a horrible job. No quarterback, no cap space, even in a bad division. I think was clearly the worst job on the market. And I thought Glenn would have been smarter to wait if he didn't get the Jet job. So, yeah, look, as soon as he was in the building yesterday, thought it was fine. There was no sense in freaking out because it seemed like every Jet beat reporter basically said, well, this is going to get done. He's just leaving for the night. This is still going to get done. The only perplexing part of this is I don't love the fact that they're still doing a GM search here after hiring the coach. I would have liked it to be Glenn and Newmark today.
But do you want Newmark, though? Because I was like, why do we need to give Newmark this job just because Glenn likes him? Talk to more people if you interviewed 15 guys. That was my thought.
Look, here's the problem now. With Newmark has been a part of that Washington turnaround's insane, as we know. And you need a guy who has a relationship with Aaron Glenn to make sure that it doesn't get off to a rocky start. Again, there are plenty of people in the Detroit front office that could get this job still too. But I would have liked to have seen the GM and head coach get hired simultaneously. But let's see what happens. I have no idea if Aaron Glenn's going to be good or not. No idea. No clue.
He's qualified, but we have no idea if it
translates. He's more than qualified, but we have no idea. And this is kind of how I feel about first-time head coaches at this point. They have to prove to me that they either stink or are good. I'm not going to make any inferences. The background is great. Longtime player, former Jet, knows what nonsense he's getting into with the organization, which I think is the most important part of this, Jake, that Aaron Glenn knew what the nonsense is in this organization and still wanted to come home, which really tells you he wanted this job badly to be the guy to finally bust up the idiot playoff drought that the Jets are on. And look who he's played for in his career. Look who he's coached with. Bill Parcells was his first coach. Belichick was his defensive coordinator. I know we're not allowed to say nice things, but we know he's a good coach, obviously. He played for Sean Payton, coached under Sean Payton. That staff in Detroit ended up being a monster. It's part of the reason that the Lions ended up being as good as they were was they had the roster, they had the coaching staff, and Aaron Glenn was a key part of that coaching staff and the leap that they've taken over the last few years. So, look, he's more than qualified. He's got to get the offensive coordinator hire right, whoever it may be. He's got to get that right. And I would like to see, I know Steve Wilkes is the name that's floating around of former head coaching experience guy on the staff. I saw Todd Haley's name also today, which was the first time I've seen Todd Haley's name in God knows how long, Jake. But I would like to see multiple guys who have had head coaching experience on this staff to help Aaron Glenn along. And now we get to see what the roster construction ends up being, because now after they hire a GM, the next big question is number 8 going to be back? Which, based off what I've read, I think Aaron Glenn wants Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback.
He should. Do people remember what life was like before Rodgers? I get it. This year he was not MVP Aaron Rodgers, but think about how much worse it could be if they move on from him. And if you're not having a clear path to drafting someone this year, which you're not at pick 7, Rodgers on a pay cut, which brings you back Devontae, is the best path for the Jets to try and go 2006 Mangini with Chad and make the playoffs and be this year's Chargers or this year's Broncos. It's not inconceivable that with better coaching and Aaron Rodgers playing next year, this team's playing wild card weekend next year and ending the longest playoff drought in sports.
It's not inconceivable, of course. I mean, look, it's the NFL. We know there's at least 4 new teams a year that go to the playoffs. So, look, you got to take advantage of it. And for Aaron, again, I get what you're saying. I'm still like on the fence of can he still play at a high level in real games? Again, the only 2 good games of the last month of the season came against the Jags, who were a joke, and then that glorified preseason game against Miami. But look,
I get it, but he wasn't awful in some of these games that they lost too. Is my point.
If the Jets think Aaron Rodgers is the best option for 2025, then he should be the starter. That's plain and simple. Assuming Aaron wants to play.
Yep.
That's the biggest caveat with this. Does Aaron Rodgers want to play anymore? He might want to retire. If that's the case, all right, then you go with Tyrod and a young guy behind him, which, in all honesty, there are much worse options than Tyrod Taylor if he has to be the week 1 starter next year, Jake.
Look, if it ends up being Tyrod, he'll give us a solid 5 games and then be out for most of the year. That's my fear. And I get it. You could say, oh, Aaron, he's injury prone too, I guess, and he's old. So, yeah, he's injury prone. But, he did start 17 games this year. Like, maybe we could argue he shouldn't have. He should have sat when he was really banged up. But I don't want to move on from Aaron Rodgers unless you tell me what the plan is. And I don't see a better plan than him back, assuming he's true about taking a pay cut, which means you get Devontae back. Because if you don't have Aaron, what's the wide receiver room right now? It's Garrett Wilson and no one else. Like, that's crazy.
Are we assuming that Devontae's 100% out of Aaron's gone? Like, is that like, do you think that's totally locked?
I think so. I mean, he's on Kay Adams' show every week, basically talking about going here or there, and it's always with the caveat if Rodgers is not back,
Look, if Aaron returns, the one thing I will tell you, the one thing that didn't happen when Devontae got there with Garrett, like, they need to be 1A, 1B, not 1-2.
Yeah.
Like, you have an elite, especially with Devontae can still play. He proved that the last month of the season. Like, if those 2 guys are on your roster, you have as good. You might have the best 1-2 punch in the NFL. But look, again, there's enough with this roster. We've talked about it. There's enough with this roster that they could pop a 10-win season next year if things go right. And 10 wins should be enough to get you in the playoffs, which, again, Jake, that's step 1. Not winning the Super Bowl next year.
Get out of hell. Get out of the underground and be above ground.
Make the playoffs. That's step 1. Then if you think, all right, your roster is good enough, who knows? Maybe Aaron Rodgers wants to play another 3 years if he can still play. Or if Aaron steps away, you are in a place where some good quarterback wants to come play. You can then make your push. Again, Jake, it's going to be very hard to make a Super Bowl the way the AFC is constructed right now. With, to me, the 4 best quarterbacks in the NFL are all in the AFC right now. Mahomes and Allen obviously playing each other this weekend, Lamar and Joe Burrow. But look, you never know. You never know. Even though Jane Daniels might crack that list sooner rather than later if he hasn't already. What a freaking run for Washington.
Crazy. Hey, you called that, by the way. Commanders winning outright over
Yes,
the
sir.
Lions.
I'm good every once in a while on some big bombers, Jake. Once in a while. But I thought it was a good matchup for the Commanders, man. I thought Detroit's defense is banged up. Washington doesn't punt. That's a hard one. That's a hard combination to overcome, even as a 10-point favorite like the Lions were.
Hit the like button if you're tuning in. We're talking with Jeff Parl, native New Jerseyan, diehard Jet fan. His show, Sports by the Book, is live in Las Vegas. You can follow Jeff on Twitter at Jeff Parles. If you're one of the 1,211 people in here watching live, click the like button. There's 582 likes. The math is not mathing. There's another 600 likes out there that we need to get. And I'll tell you what, I actually just received a text from Aaron Glenn. He said, if you don't like this video and subscribe to the channel, I'm never going to have a winning season as the Jet head coach. So if you want success for the Jets, Aaron Glenn is personally telling me that you all need to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It's the only way. Jeff, as far as the coaching hires now, right? Because Glenn obviously qualified to be a head coach. He will be defined by his coaching staff. We talked about, some of the names out there. What to you is like the ideal coaching staff for Aaron Glenn if you're kind of evaluating what's out there and the type of coaches that you believe this organization needs?
like I said to you, I think the two biggest things is getting two guys with previous head coaching experience on this staff. Now, Wilkes and Haley are the two names I've seen. Steve Wilkes obviously fired after 1 year at Arizona. I don't think that was his fault. He lost that job in 1 year. The horrible roster. And again, what are you going to do? And then he did a really nice job as the interim in Carolina.
They wanted him to get that job. A lot of the players there.
He probably should have, in retrospect, I think they have the right guy now in Canales, but when they hired Frank Reich, they probably should have just retained Steve Wilkes with how bad that Reich era went for Carolina. But I have no problem with Wilkes. That name makes sense. He's a respected name around the league. I thought he got a raw deal with San Francisco. I don't think they should have fired him after 1 year as their DC. And look what happened at defense without him. So I think that is a good, solid defensive coordinator name. He's nothing spectacular, but he's probably between the 10th and 14th best DC in the NFL. And when you have a defensive-minded coach, you don't need an elite defensive coordinator.
Yep.
You need a guy who's good enough and can help you along build your defense. Offensive-wise, look, Mark Brunell makes a lot of sense to me, man. I know he's never called plays. I know it's a little bit of a risk with that, but look at Jared Goff. Look at Jared Goff the last 2 years. Look at, again, Brunell, another guy, former Jet. Can't forget that, Jake. Can't forget that with our good friend Mark Brunell.
2010 Jets, baby. He was basically a player coach for Mark Sanchez that year anyway.
So, especially, look, I think, and it's, this may sound strange, but I think Aaron Rodgers would do well to have someone who's a contemporary to him. Yeah, I know Brunell's older, but Brunell was in the league at the same time as Aaron
I think Rodgers would love to work with Mark Brunell. I think they would get along great.
Assuming Rodgers is back, I think that would be a really good mix. And I have no problem taking a shot with a first-time offensive coordinator, play caller, but you gotta have a scenario where another second guy who's had head coaching experience in some capacities on the coaching staff. And then, I will tell you, the only guy that I'd be like, there are some guys like positional coaches you can retain on the Jets end. I would not mind if they retain Brand Boyer, even though I think he's probably gone. Boyer has been the best coordinator on this team for basically its entire existence.
They're bringing Westhoff back. His health holds up.
Look, if Westhoff wants to do it, sign me up.
Oh my God, I love Westhoff.
I know. Chris Banjo was the other name I saw, which is fine. But look, you and I both love Westhoff. Who could not love Westhoff? We know he can coach. He's the crusty old guy who's not going to let you get away with crap. Like it would be a good hire, and also too, like that's again, experienced guys who've been around this racket for a long time are going to only help Aaron Glenn. And especially guys who've been around the racket who are competent. That's the big thing too, Jake. So, yeah, I think my ideal one is I like Brunell as the offensive coordinator. Nick Calley's an interesting one, the Rams guy.
The pass game coordinator for the Rams. Yep.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. He's another one who hasn't called plays. So, again, it's the risk you run with that is, again, you don't know what you're getting into. But look, the McVay guys mostly have been successful, Jake. Of course, the Jets landed on one of the non-successful guys. But we'll see. If they end up with Cali, they end up with Brunell. Boy, I'm not even sure, like, other offensive coordinator, what makes sense. Like, are we going to get a reunion with Shoddy, my friend? That going to happen?
Yeah,
you might get the Cowboy job, head coaching job.
He's working for Jerry as his new head coach, and Rex is going to be the DC for Schottenheimer. Watch.
Could you imagine?
By the way, great super chat here from Matthew. Brunell is also a great person to wipe your boogers on.
Oh,
I love it. Where's Sanchez at? Let's get Mark Sanchez on the coaching staff. Get him out of the booth.
Nice. That's a good one, Matthew.
I love that.
Yeah, look, let's see, man. Jake, this is the classic wait and see. It's a head coach with no head coaching experience, so you really don't know what you're getting. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, and more so than anything, I really hope that this is the answer. Just make the damn playoffs. Like, that's all it is right now.
Yeah.
End the drought, get in the dance, and then Once you get in the dance, then have bigger aspirations. Okay, just get in the damn dance. And you know what? If you happen to draw the Houston Texans, go win a playoff game. If not, all right. You got there. Be competitive. Don't get blasted, and then see what happens from there, Jake.
The Jets could hire Trent Baalke if you want him.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Jacksonville's search has been so bad that they're probably like Saleh is like the best candidate down there now. That's how bad that search has gotten.
Jets play the Jaguars in Jacksonville, so it could be Glenn versus Saleh. I love it.
You make the trip instead of London. You're going to go to Jacksonville instead, Jake.
Well, they do call Jacksonville the London of the South, so it's like the same thing.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah. Jeffrey R says, "Did the Jets hire Newmark, or are we looking elsewhere?" They have not hired him, Jeffrey. They're continuing interviews, which I like because I didn't just look at Lance Newmark and be like, "That's the guy." I'm glad you interview 15 guys, do more than 1 second round interview. I do wonder this though, Jeff. Could they make 2 hires to the front office, like Chris Spielman, director of football ops, Lance Newmark, general manager, something like that? Because you have a lot of green on this staff. You have a lot of inexperience. Dimitrov was my choice for GM. Could he be the director of football ops? And then, Newmark is the GM in that scenario, something like that.
Sure. Why not? Why not? More competent people is good, Jake. More competent people is good. That's all it is.
Let's see. This super chat is from Chris, who says, "Time to nut up my man. It's Glenn season." Your thoughts on that?
Good for Chris.
Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. I promised this guy that he'd be the first call to you when I was going to bring you on. He has a big-time interview potentially later this week at Burger King. Ladies and gentlemen, first up for Mr. Jeff Parls is none other than Bob from Vermont.
Hi, everybody. This is Bob from Vermont. I am Bob, of course. Hi, Jeff. How you doing? Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it.
Good to see you, buddy.
Imagine if he meets my brother, too. Imagine that.
Mikey Midnight. He called in on the first show today, Jeff. It was
I
wild.
know. Imagine if he gets to meet me and my brother at the same time. That would.
By the way, Bobby, are you okay? I know the fall was about a month ago. Are you all right now?
Oh, yeah. Well, I lost 22 pounds since then.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the dollar? Is it $5 a pound that Bobby gets?
Well, some did $10 a pound. So.
I think in total, every pound he loses, Jeff, he makes like almost $100. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, it's like up to 2,000.
Someone want to sponsor me like that? Then I'll finally lose weight.
Well, it was because Nick felt.
I'm going to report you to the IRS, Bob. You better be nice to me.
Well, I am.
Come on, Jake.
I'm going to do
I'm
that.
just saying. Sometimes Bobby gets a little snippy at me. I'm just warning him in advance.
I love you, Jake.
I love you too, Bob. I'm just kidding.
So, Jeff, I do like the Aaron Glenn hiring.
You do?
And isn't Westhoff sick, though? Isn't he?
Yeah, he left Denver because of health reasons, but if he's potentially open to coming back, even just as an advisor, help the Jets out during mini camp and OTAs. I'd love to have him.
No, that'd be good because that's when it's warmer for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be. He was great as I remember him when I grew up. Yeah, Westhoff. My brother loves that guy like tremendously. So we want the offensive coach. Who would that be? Who you like as offensive coach?
Bobby, speak up a little bit.
Yeah, you got to stop mumbling. Clint Kubiak is a name to watch. We talked about some of the other offensive candidates. Nick Caley from the Rams. Scott Turner's a name. Mark Brunell.
I don't want Scott Turner, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, in the defense, you want Wilkes guy, right? Wilkes.
I want Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, I think he's on Detroit, right? From Detroit.
No, Wilkes was out of the league this year, wasn't he?
He was not. Yeah, he didn't coach this year.
Oh, what did he coach the 49ers at one time?
He was the defensive coordinator last year for the Niners. He was in Carolina, interim coach when they fired Rule.
Okay.
He was head coach in Arizona. He's actually, Jake and Bobby Midnight, and the weirdest connection to my alma mater was the DC for the University of Missouri for 1 year.
Hey.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, one of the more random hires ever from you.
Who do you think the worst 2 announcers for college football are? Who do you think?
Worst? Why are we being so negative here, Bobby?
Well, Chris Fowler and Herb Hurstreet are the number 1, 2.
Herb Street? Did you just call him?
Whatever.
You mean
I don't know,
Herb
Bobby,
Street?
I don't agree with you on that. I think they're both good. I can't
Oh no, they were
Tessitore was the
so
one guy.
they
Tessitore was
were
the one
so
guy that I
A+
can't
on
stand in
Ohio
college
State.
football.
Are you supposed to be like a neutral? Those guys were cheering for Ohio State throughout the game.
No, I don't agree with that, and I had
No,
plenty of
I
bets
agree
after the game,
100% with that. I saw the whole game. It made me puke.
Okay, all right. We can disagree. We're
But
still
I'd
friends.
like to see you today, Jeff. That was the best part of my day. And Jake, as usual.
All right,
But
Bobby,
you
good
make
call.
the day. Okay,
you,
have a
Bobby.
great day, guys. Enjoy it.
From Bobby Midnight to Neil. Hello, Neil.
There he is, Schreckmeister.
What's up, Neil?
I want to see what jersey you have on. Stand up. What do you got?
Revis.
The Revis jersey. Nice. We're going to finally have Sauce now learn how to play cornerback and turn around and catch the ball instead of just follow everybody and flap his hands around like Bobby Midnight. You know, Mr. Parl, since a while back when we spoke and you ripped me to shreds on Aaron Rodgers, I all of a sudden have a lot of fans wanting Aaron Rodgers back, and you're still on the fence. You're still on the goddamn fence, Parles. Get off the fence.
Neil, I'm not convinced he's going to play.
He's going to play. If he doesn't play for us, he's going to play for another team and get to the championship. You know that. You know our story. Let me give you the Brett Favre story.
He'll go to the Vikings. He'll replace Darnold and to make the NFC title game. I know.
There you go. You remember Brett Favre? Remember? He was washed up too.
I'm still look, Neil. You want my greatest Jet conspiracy theory ever? I'm still convinced Brett Favre was never hurt in 2008. I'm just convinced he badly wanted to play for the Vikings that he just completely threw the remainder of that season.
Well, all I remember over and over again, Aaron Rodgers will never make 17 games. He's never going to stay healthy.
He did.
I get the fact that he played hurt. He came out off an Achilles, which is a 2-year injury. We all know that. I think he's going to come back with a vengeance. And if Aaron Glenn takes him, I'm all for Aaron Glenn. If he moves on, get ready for a 4-win season with Jeff Parl's selection as the bridge quarterback. Who's your bridge quarterback, Parles?
We've already talked about this. If Aaron Rodgers isn't the quarterback next year, it's going to be Tyrod Taylor. He's under contract.
Repeat after me. With the third pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the New York Jets select someone who's probably going to be bad. So I'm prepared for that.
Hold on a second. That could be Arch Manning, though, Jake.
Third?
Arch Manning will not come to the Jets. His father kept Peyton from coming here. He'll do the same shit again.
That would be Arch's uncle who did that, actually.
Yeah,
no, his grandpa, actually.
It's Cooper's kid.
Yeah.
Oh, Arch Manning is not one of the Manning sons?
He's Cooper's kid.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now we're really showing our age here. Jesus Christ. Now, hopefully I'm not around for kids' grandchildren by the time we get to a play.
Well, you don't want
I'm going to be like I'm going to have an oxygen mask on with a friggin' cigar hanging out of it by the next time we get to the playoffs at this pace. You know, I'm just, my patience is at a needle's edge, as is everybody's. But look, we got a guy. I'm not disappointed. I'm not thrilled.
Did you like Aaron Glenn as a player, Deal? Was he one of your favorite Jets?
No.
Really? Why not?
He had a 108-yard kick return. That was a highlight of Aaron Glenn when he took that kick, that 63-yard kick. Remember that? He kicked it to the behind the end zone. Aaron Glenn picked it up and went all the way, and Brian Cox led the way. I loved Brian Cox, dude.
The neck roll. How could you not like the neck roll there?
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you something. Brian Cox, I made, when I used to go to the games, they all used to have breakfast at the hotel next to the stadium, right? I used to go there with my kids with a jersey on. Every week I went with a different jersey. I went into the breakfast thing where they all were having buffet. On the way out, I had a Sharpie, right? I used to take the Sharpie, and I used to wait at the door. Nobody was allowed to get on the bus unless they signed my jersey. I swear to God. I stood there, and every one of them would sign. I had my back to them. I go, here you go, sign. And they would sign the jersey. I was like 300, and nobody would give me any shit. I was an animal in those days. But I'm an old man now, still waiting, still trying to get excited, and this is a step in the right direction.
Why
right,
didn't you
Jeff?
like Aaron Glenn as a player, though? He was a great Jet.
No, he was good. He was good because I keep thinking of the
Fake spike. It wasn't. He was the one player that was alert on that play.
I know. Look, he was good, no doubt about it. He's certainly worlds better than Saucy Sauce. He's still the second best cornerback that we probably ever had. Well, Johnny Sample was great, but he was kind of a safety, I think. But that's going way back before you guys. But I'm looking forward to this new season. We're going to wipe the slate clean. And I want you to be more positive, Jeff, about taking Rodgers back because I don't want to win 4 games again.
Look, Neil, it's more than possible that he is the best option. So we'll see. And then they're not picking high enough to take either Shador or Cam Ward, who are the only 2 quarterbacks in this draft worth a damn. So yeah, he probably is the best, assuming he's healthy and assuming he likes Aaron Glenn, and more importantly, assuming he's willing to play. Like Jake said, getting Devontae, the best version of the 2025 Jets has Devontae Adams on it. And in order to keep Devontae Adams, Aaron Rodgers has to be the quarterback next year.
Yeah, look, Devontae and Garrett together, it's a great 1-2 punch. And, look, Aaron has to learn, and I believe he will. He's got to learn that he doesn't have that, I think he's going to have an ego check here. And I think that he could play a very controlled, offense, hand the ball off more. We have to get more creative on the offense. And I think with all those things considered, he's, definitely our number 1 bridge option. And like Jake said, he's going to take a pay cut. There's no doubt about it. And if it's a $60 million cap hit in 2026, we're going to have a rookie quarterback, so it doesn't matter, Jeff. You follow that strategy there?
Look, I get the whole thing.
No, it's not a big deal. The cap is what is it, Jake? A fagoozy-goozy? What do you call it?
It's a woozy. It's a wazzy. It's whatever McConaughey was talking about on Wolf of Wall Street. Look, but $63 million is a lot, but it wouldn't be $63 million if they ripped up his current deal and they had a different deal. And whatever it is, you can manage it because you're right, Neil. They'd have a rookie quarterback that they could deal with it. Look, what Denver's not paying Bo Nix any money. They're still on the hook for Russell Wilson for another year, but it doesn't matter because they don't owe Bo Nix anything. So you could figure it out and get around that. Rodgers has got to take the pay cut. They got to want him. He's got to want to play, and he's got to be on board with the new offensive scheme, which he said he would be. But the Jets kind of need him, and I think he needs them. So I hope it works out.
So one thing I'll say before I leave, Jeff, you have to get on with this. We have a new guy that's in the chat on a consistent basis. I don't know if Jeff has been introduced to the big watermelon. What's his name again?
Beastbreaker?
Beastbreaker. Was he introduced to Beastbreaker yet?
Jeff, you haven't taken a call from Beastbreaker yet, right? I don't think so.
Do you know who he is, Jeff?
I've not been introduced live.
Chat. Jake, you got to put a rumble on. Jeff, be prepared now.
Rumble. We're going to get along, Neil. We're not inciting violence.
No. I want Jeff. He comes on the show. He's comes on like a bat out of hell. He's something to watch. Right now, he's having a major fight with Big Fella. You see that?
Yeah, I see this.
This guy is. Are you a WWE fan, Jeff?
Is this guy just classic WWE?
He's WWE. Somebody asked him what the Savage
ECW, actually.
You know what time it is? A Beastbreaker 666. I'm gonna take my fist and shove it up your ass, and then he gotta go.
There he is.
Beast. Meet Jeff. He's a fan of yours. He just doesn't know it yet.
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to rub the headache out of my freaking head because that jerk is I'm one of those things. Oh,
You had a big
shirt
brawl with Big Fella.
Before you talk, there's a shirt that I got. Gator, I'm coming for your head, and I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm not a 6'6", you stupid weirdo. You're lucky I'll pound your teeth and bust you up, UFC, into the ground, you stupid fat prick.
What are you saying? Your shirt with a 6X on it?
I think Gator mistakenly sent him a 6X shirt. Beast, what's your actual size? Tell Gator whole remedy.
I said 2X. You dart head. Get one of those things called a Q-tip. You ever see this? You see this? This is a Q-tip. Clean your ears more often, you idiot.
Beastbreaker. If you're a 2X, I'm a small.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the end of Beast. Now look what you've done. Beastbreaker 666. No more protection from the Asmaniacs. Had to cut your call off and cast you down with the sodomites. Some time in here will feel like you've been run over by the lane train. Do you understand me? You catch my drift?
Are you seriously on crack? I think
give him another 24 hours to think about it.
How about you bending over and taking up the booty hole behind the 7-Eleven?
Man, Beast was just trying to make some points, and Big Fella paid the bounty and sent him to the hole. But Jeff, we'll get you on with Beast another time when.
Who? Wait a second. Who was the last base there closing the door?
That was Gator.
That's right. That was
Gator.
Oh, Cincinnati Matt just paid the bounty. Beastbreaker is a free man. Beast, welcome back.
I'm trying to cool off right now, and I'm trying to get rid of the anger. But this big fella better get out of my face. Get out of my face. I'm not your friend. I am who I am. I'm my own boss. I make my own rules, and I'm just like Tony Soprano. If I want you in the mob, I'll take you. But if I don't need you, I'll watch you. I got my own friends.
Oh no! Oh no! Big fella, come on! No, Beast, I'll miss you. Now look what you've done. Beastbreaker 666. No more protection from the Asmaniacs. Had to cut your call off and cast you down with the sop.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's gone.
Chaos.
Jeff, look at all the memberships Jake's getting off the.
No,
he's so happy.
He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, just making like $500 an episode to get this guy on and off.
The return of the Beast.
Beastbreaker 666. He's the man who would kick your ass, and then he's gabagoo.
There he
Beast,
is.
go quick before Big Fella gets you again.
Big fella, choke on your own semen. Stay out of my face.
On behalf of the Jake Asman Show, we apologize for the foul language.
Let's take a chill pill, Beast.
He's gone already?
He's a loose cannon.
He's nuts, this guy. He's nuts. Jeff, he didn't know who the sack exchange was. Somebody asked him a question. He didn't know who the sack exchange was. He wanted 4 head coaches to come on the team. I mean, whatever. He's entertaining. I like him.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Fella sent him to the hole, but then Mike D's nuts, who probably wanted to send him to the hole, but came in after the Big Fella, actually reverse psychology, just brought the Beastbreaker back.
Holy crap, here comes Beastbreaker 666. Why don't you get your fat ass on a treadmill and go the distance with me? Is that Bobby Midnight?
I'm not into politics, and I already told you that.
I might be big, but I'm going to be bad enough to put you out. Beastbreaker always has some salient points.
Beast, don't go off. Take a breath. Don't acknowledge Big Fella. Just make the point you wanted to make about the Jets hiring Aaron Glenn. All right? Don't let the chat get to you.
Aaron Glenn, great guy, respect the man, but I'm sick and tired of the people on here. I love Aaron Glenn and most of the guys on here. He's a Parcells guy. He knows what the hell he's doing, and I'm glad we got him now. Now let's go out and go get some guys that we need. Let's get that money together and go out and get them. And Jake, you're the first guy I'm going to give a list to. And I want a new shirt, please. Thank you.
What's your 2X Peacebreaker?
Yes, please.
All right, I will send you a shirt. Gator sent you a 6X because he's a sicko, and it wasn't even. By the way, I think it said Gator Sports on it, right? It didn't say Jake Asman Show on it. The shirt I sent you had my logo on it.
Well, yes, I know that. But what Gator just did, he just opened a firestorm with me, and he's gonna get what's coming to him, and it's gonna get real ugly.
Well said.
Enough is enough.
Let's take down Gator together. How about that?
Hey, Gator, I got something for you. Hit the hole!
Ladies and gentlemen,
put a stupid down.
Peacebreaker.
You know what time it is? A Peacebreaker 666. I'm gonna take my fist and shove it up your ass, and then he gotta go.
Big fella did come in with 10 more, but I got Beast out of there before he could be sent to the hole. I got him off the show. All right, can we have a truce here? Good Lord. That's Peacebreaker, Jeff. You got a little taste.
Jeff, what do you think, Jeff? What do you think of that one, Jeff?
He likes Aaron Glenn.
Jeff, you look like you're like stupefied. You're like,
he likes Aaron Glenn. That was my biggest takeaway from everything, Neil.
Yeah, he's a Glenn guy. I'm now a Glenn guy. Was my first choice, but I'm all in. You know, Aaron Glenn is our coach, and I'm rooting for his success. Just like Beastbreaker. Well said.
I want an Aaron Rodgers jersey. What size are you, Jeff? 4X?
No,
what are you?
Come on.
I'm kidding around. What are you?
You'd be like Gator who sent you to the hole.
Wait a minute. Show me the back of your jersey. Let's see what it says.
Extra large.
That's it? Just extra large?
Yep.
I have a 3X Aaron Rodgers I was going to send you. It was too big.
You can send me it. I can fit anywhere from XL to 3X on the.
Dude, you're a wide guy. You don't tell me you're
I got
XL.
big shoulders. For sure.
Yeah,
Jeff is tall, Neil. Have you met? Did you meet Jeff at my event?
Jeff, you're a double
I'm
X.
usually a 2X. This is an old jersey that I still
right. Yeah, you know. Listen, don't be ashamed. You're a 2X. Don't. It's not like you're fat or anything.
Oh, I'm big boned, as Cardman would say.
Yeah, come on. The hat is another story altogether. We might need a fucking
the hat,
a lampshade for that head.
You're going to break the system on the hat. I'm a 7 3/4, Neil.
I have a Boomer Esiason helmet I could send you for that head. Boomer had a big one. He had a big noggin. But that means you have a lot of brains in there, Jeff. I love you.
That's or I'm just hard headed. One of the two.
Are you going to come to New York this year? Or we got to come to Vegas to see your pretty face.
Well, I think you should come to Vegas regardless. That's one. But
I'll be in Vegas at some point. But I want
I want to see what the schedule is, and I will tell you, I am working on trying to get to the game in London when that game is, depending on what weekend it falls. Because I've never been to the UK, never been to London, so that would be a lot of fun. But we'll see, Neil.
Jake, how was London? And be honest, I look, I wasn't like over the top with it, but what was your thought?
Neil, I had a great time in London. The people were
Would
great.
you go back? That's the question.
I would. It's going to depend on when that game falls, though, if I can go back. But I would like to. I definitely had a great time. Now, Neil, I'm going to play this on your way out of here, because I want to get to some other calls with Jeff. You brought up the story with Brian Cox and Aaron Glenn and all these players signing for you. I want to know, and you can answer this in the chat, Neil, is that experience better than the experience you told us about over the summer when you took a shower next to Vinny Testaverde?
I went to the Jet Golf Classic Monday. We all go to the locker room, and everybody's showering. There's a line of guys. And who gets behind me on the line but Vinny Testaverde?
Oh, God.
And I said, boy, Vinny, we could have used you last year. You know, Vinny, winning it in New York, is there anything like it? He goes, absolutely not. I go, are you looking for big things this year? He goes, yes. I go, how do you think Aaron's going to react coming off the Achilles? He did say that he's going to have some rust. He goes, look, it's going to be a little difficult in the beginning. They should rely heavily on the run the first couple of games.
You know what my favorite part about that story is that, like, there's a question people ask, oh, who's the most famous person in your cell phone? The question I would ask Neil is Vinny Testaverde the most famous person he's ever taken a shower next to?
Oh my God.
Unreal. All right. Massive super chat here from Jeffrey. $50. Jeffrey, I will get you down on the raffle for 10 entries for that for sure. Me to my grandchildren. I was there the day the Jets hired Coach Glenn. Since then, the franchise has been a perennial winner. I remember the losing. You little bleeps got it good now. You don't know the pain. Then I'll give them a big bear hug. I would love nothing more than to tell my grandchildren about how successful Aaron Glenn was as the Jet coach, and times were incredible. I hope it happens, Jeffrey. I really do. We all do.
Just hope, man. That's all you can do. Again, we don't know. Again, like the background is good. He's very qualified. Just get the execution. Get that damn OC hire right.
Let's hope. Mike D's Nuts wanted to clarify. No, Jake, I wanted them out. I know you did, Mike, but it was funny that you and Big Fella gifted at the same exact time. So it was like Big Fella sent him to the hole and you immediately brought him back. Bill M says, unblock me, teabagger. I guess Beast blocked Bill M. Bill M, you go up and in on the Beast all the time. I don't know if he has to unblock you. He has to take your ridicule. I don't know if that's fair. Nick Shine in the house. Do Beast and Bobby use the same stylist? White t-shirts, not having a good year. Apologies for only being a $5 super chat. Nick, thanks for watching. I do see the similarities in the dress style of Beastbreaker and Bobby Midnight. We call Bobby's t-shirts U-necks. Your thoughts on that, Jeff?
Well, wait, hold on a second. Did you say U-necks?
Yeah, U-necks.
Oh, God.
Like a U.
My God.
C writes in, Jeff Parl sounds like the sportscaster from Anchorman.
More raspy, aren't I?
I don't hear it.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Who's the character's name in Anchorman? That's what's his name? I know it's David Konecker, but what's the guy's
character? Or Jesus, I can't even pronounce his name right now.
Champ Kind, right? Yeah, Champ Kind.
Yeah, exactly.
Whammy. Yeah, give me a whammy, Jeff.
Whammy.
I kind of hear it a little bit.
A little bit.
You have time for a few more calls.
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right.
I'm good till 4:30. We got 15 minutes, my friend.
Beautiful. Let's say hello to June, the GM, who's next. What's up, June?
Hey, what's going on, Jeff? What's going on, Jake? I'm excited, man. Long time Aaron Glenn fan, long time 45-year Jet fan. But I wanted to talk about something that nobody's really bringing up. The situation yesterday with the GM, right? Everybody thought it was going to be Newmark with him. Suddenly, now we reopened the GM search. Do you think, because nobody said this, do you think that perhaps maybe they try to bring Newmark and Glenn together, and Glenn really didn't want Newmark, and Glenn now is in control saying, hey, I'm not feeling the vibe with this dude. I want to go another direction. Could that be a possibility? And if it is, who do you think Glenn is going to bring in, aside from Chris Spielman, which obviously seems like the logical choice? Who do you think will be some other candidates that we could bring in for GM?
Well, you got to start with the ones they interviewed, obviously. We'll see who gets a second interview. I don't know if it's Glenn saying he doesn't want Newmark. Maybe it was simply, hey, I like Newmark, but I'm also open to some of the other guys you've talked to. We could continue it doesn't need to be Newmark. Like, my big thing was, and Jeff, you tell me how you felt about this. I understood letting Vrabel pick his GM, but Aaron Glenn's never been a head coach before. I thought it was crazy that it felt like he was just going to pick the GM. So I'm glad that they're at least doing, second round interviews here to go a little further with the process before just naming Newmark the GM.
Yeah, I can't disagree with the Glenn part of him naming his own GM. That seems a little bit nuts for a first timer. Again, I thought it was good. I mean, all the momentum had it being Newmark and Glenn. That's why I'm caught off guard that this GM search is continuing. I don't love hiring the head coach before the GM. I think what Jake mentioned earlier, if Newmark ends up being the GM and then they hire a Thomas Dimitroff to be a director of player personnel or whatever position they end up coming up with. The other name that's interesting, and I thought, Jake, remember I was with you last week. I thought John Eric Sullivan was getting the Titans job. I really did. That's what I had heard. And they obviously go with Borgazzi. But John Eric Sullivan, if he gets a second interview, the Packers were talking about in the past tense of how good he was for them.
Yeah.
They expect him to get a job. Raiders hired the guy from Tampa today. So the Jets are the last GM job on the board. So Maybe a John Eric Sullivan. Again, not much of a connection, but maybe he ends up being the guy. But I think that those are the three names: Newmark, John Eric Sullivan, and Dimitrov. If it's one of those three, I'd be very pleased.
Dimitrov would fire me up, man, because at least Glenn is not working with someone that's never been in that GM role before. That would be Dimitrov would be so good, man. That's my guy.
By the way, I completely biffed that Balky got fired 3 hours ago, so the Jaguar job is not technically over.
That's right.
Also, side note, I don't know if you noticed, they poached the Patriots poached the defensive line coach, I believe, from Detroit to be their DC out there in New England now. So their staff is getting decimated. And I don't know if you guys noticed the 2025 schedule for our Jets. We got a hard schedule. It's crazy. We play everybody that's good next year. But I'm excited.
Do this every year, though. The schedule is easy at the beginning. Oh, the Jets are going to be 4-1, and then
we don't know.
June, I wouldn't be overly concerned because we just don't know what any of these teams are going to be. I mean, the AFC North cross is always going to be hard in this era, especially with Lamar and Burrow in that division. The Steelers, are going to be good for 9 wins because Tomlin doesn't go under 500, and then they lose in the playoffs, and then Cleveland can't possibly be that terrible again, you would think. But if Watson's the quarterback that's in play, I think you can't get your break. NFC South's not particularly good.
I'm excited. I'm excited regardless. I mean, I'm immune to pain. I'm a Jet fan for too many years. I mean, we got to make the playoffs. I'm the dude that watches the games, even though I know we were going to lose. I watched beginning to end. Even my wife wants to leave me over this stuff. So, I'm ready for the pain regardless. But I do want to say this. I'm excited. I really pray to God that he just changes the culture and the identity of our team, because we have the talent. If he can surround himself with a strong staff of experience, I don't see why we can't at least get into the wild card next year. That's my take. If Aaron comes back or we have a competent quarterback,
Agreed.
We all know Tyrod Taylor is built like plexiglass.
Agreed. Jeff said it earlier. There's 4 new teams that make the playoffs every year in the NFL. None of those teams are ever the Jets the last 14 years, but I mean, we're certainly due. It can happen if you get the right coach with the right quarterback. So I'm with you.
I appreciate your time, guys. Thank you. Great job, man. Appreciate you.
June, love it. Great hat.
Good call.
Jeff, you've taken a Gorman call before, right?
Of course I have.
Okay. I just want to. So Gorman, I believe, is on track to be the number one.
Is Gorman at the diner again?
Oh, that's right. You were on for that. That's right. Of course. Yeah. Duh, of course you're taking a Gorman call. Well, Gorman's had some month. He's had some year. I think, and look, I don't have any say in this.
The 22nd day of the year.
Calendar year.
Okay.
I think he's got a chance to be the number 1 overall seed in March, but I want to play you a clip before I bring him on. This was a moment last week on the Charles Gorman show that has just been the talk of the Asmaniacs.
I think the second one, excuse me.
I mean, you can't make it up. Just lend it rip, baby.
It happened again?
Oh, that was not the original. That happened last week.
I know it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying again.
Yep. Here's the OG one.
Excuse me.
Just tremendous. So now that we have introduced Charles Gorman to the largest audience that will ever hear a Gorman call on the day the Jets have hired Aaron Glenn, there's still over 1,000 people tuned in. It is time to say hello to the number 1 ranked caller in the month of December, and maybe a 1 seed in the Asmaniac Madness tournament, Charles Eugene M. Gorman.
Hey, Charles! You'll never get my chicken soup recipe. Hey, Charles! I'm not saying that Glowski takes steroids. Please, some of it. Hey, Charles! Who is that lovely lady? Sing it this way, Charles!
Hey,
Charles
Jake, how are
Gorman,
you?
baby. Yeah. Look at that mug.
From Menlo Park.
Hello, this is my friend Preston.
Hey, Preston.
Hi, Preston.
Hello. We hung around the Menlo Mall today. I just got the word that Aaron Glenn's our head coach. I'm very happy about this. I told my dad about, but he's at physical therapy right now. He blew out his back last night.
What happened?
He was working, I think, at either Target or ShopRite, and he lifted something or something happened. He threw out his back, so he's at physical therapy right now. But I texted my father the good news. I think Here's the difference I think is going to between Robert Saleh and Aaron Glenn. Yes, I know Aaron Glenn's going to be another first-time head coach. The Jets have hired, but the thing is, I think Aaron Glenn, unlike Robert Saleh,
Hold on,
was
your dad is
willing-
watching the show. He says I hurt myself. Dennis Gorman.
Yes, as I was saying before I was interrupted. I think he's going to hire coaches with experience. Someone like Mike Westhoff, who I loved on the Jets under Mangini and Rex Ryan. Someone like, Todd Haley, who I thought wasn't a bad head coach with the Chiefs back in the day and was a very good offensive coordinator for the Steelers under Mike Tomlin. I also see Mark Brunell being on the coaching staff as well. I think he's done a good job coaching up Jared Goff, which makes sense because
Sorry to interrupt, Charles, but your dad just wrote, "Son, don't be rude to Jake."
that's not my fault. That's probably some troll on the internet.
I don't think so. That's Dennis Gorman.
Charles,
My father's at physical therapy.
He's watching the show at physical therapy. They're asmaniacs. In
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Okay.
I'm very happy with this hire. My number one option was Flores, but I'm glad we got Aaron Glenn. According to Rich Cimini, who I know a lot of Jet fans love, and I mean that sarcastically speak because I know a lot of. Hold on one second.
You get another call, Charles? Charles Gorman hotline.
Jake, have you been to the Menlo Park Mall before?
I have not. Is it a good mall? Oh, Charles is back. Hey, Charles, is there an Aunt Anne's there or Auntie Anne's, the pretzel spot?
Yes, they do. There's Auntie Anne's there. Yes, you can sit in the front row.
Do you like Auntie Anne's?
That's okay.
Do you like Auntie Anne's?
It's nice. Yes, their pretzel dogs are delicious.
All right. Do you want one? What's your Venmo? I'm going to send you some money so you can get
I don't need any money, Jake. But thank you. I had lunch not too long ago. Anyways, sorry, I say
Hello.
I think Aaron Glenn, from what I heard, according to Rich Cimini, he's a leader. He holds people accountable, which is something Robert Saleh didn't really do during his time as the head coach of the Jets. And he's willing to discipline players. I mean, let's think about it. He was around Bill Parcells, one of the GOATs in NFL history when it comes to being a head coach. Sean Payton, who's a great coach. And Dan Campbell, who's a good coach. He knows how to discipline players. We saw glimpses of that when he was with the Lions this past
What's
season.
your address? Before you take Preston. Okay, no.
What's going on in this car right now, Charles? What's the items of discussion?
We're going to take my friend home.
Who's your friend?
Preston, the one I showed you before.
Who's driving?
My brother.
Oh, you're with Steady Eddie?
Yes.
Give us Edward Gorman. I want to ask about his birthday. Ed, how was the birthday?
Oh, good. How are you? My birthday was great. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm glad it went well. What are your thoughts on Aaron Glenn?
He's on a football field. He doesn't know who the hell he is.
All right. Well, maybe Aaron Glenn could fire him up and make him a football fan.
Drive safely.
I don't know. My brother doesn't really watch sports.
Then turn left on Menlo Park Drive.
My brother has never really watched sports.
He's missing out. It's a lot of fun.
I told that to my mom when I was a kid, but she don't care.
I see.
Anyway,
someone wrote that Ed hates the Jake Asman show. Do you think your brother hates this show, Charles?
No, he does not. He has nothing against this show. I don't know who made that up.
In a quarter of a mile. Turn right on Parsonage Road.
It's tough to hear you with the GPS going off in the background, Charles.
Jeff, Parl, is that your last name?
Yes, right on the money. Better than Bobby.
You're a Jet fan. Are you a reporter for the Jets, or you have a YouTube channel? I forgot. I'm sorry.
So I live in Las Vegas now. I grew up in Bergen County, so right down the road from right down Route 17 over the channel I'm on right now is on YouTube at Sports by the Book is the show's name, live from the South Point Hotel and Casino every single day.
It's fantastic. And you live in Las Vegas. How do you like it in Vegas?
Great. I can't complain because you guys have gotten teeth-shattering cold recently. We had the coldest day in the last 10 years in Vegas yesterday, which is fun. But it was only a low of 26. So that's nothing compared to what you guys. But Vegas is awesome. We just moved into a new place. Love it out here.
Hey, Charles.
That's wonderful. Yes.
Jeff, before he got married, was a Vegas strip club connoisseur. We know you want to go to a strip club. Any questions for Jeff?
No, I'm not going to ask him any questions.
Okay. I figured I'd give you the platform.
I think Charles, Jake over-exaggerated a little bit, but everyone has been to Vegas at least once. Past 21 has been to the Spearman Rhino once. So
I've never been to Vegas, so I can't answer that.
Charles, you're 30, right? Do I remember
Yes,
that
sir.
correctly?
I'm 30 years old. Yes.
Okay. I remember you had a birthday not too long ago, so I know we celebrated on the show. Charles, if you ever come out to Vegas, just let me know. We'll get you something over at the South Point, whether it's a buffet or some sushi or something along those lines.
I'll try a buffet. Thank you. Anyways,
hey, Charles, hold on. I have a question for you. Were you aware that you starred in the movie Step Brothers?
No, I wasn't in that.
So, guys, it looks like Glenn, another defensive coordinator without head coaching experience.
Great.
Was that a fart?
Excuse me.
I can taste it on my tongue.
How about that, Charles?
By the way, where's V-Man these days, Jake?
He called in earlier, and he was
Yeah.
drinking at 12:30, so he probably passed
that's
out
good.
by now.
That's good.
Use the left 2 lanes to continue to US 1 North.
Hey, make sure you hit the left 2 lanes there.
He knows what he's doing.
Any other thoughts, Charles?
I love the hire. I love to talk about it with my father when we get home. I'm just very happy. I know, but I think he's going to hire an experienced coaching staff. I would, if he brings back Mike Westhoff, I'll be super happy, because I think Mike Westhoff is one of the. I mean, I know he wasn't a head coach, but I think he's one of the greatest coaches I've ever experienced and loved growing up as a kid, as a football fan. He was an excellent special teams coach, and he didn't take bullshit. No. I think he's old school, and as the expression goes, sometimes old school is cool. I think the old school methods is kind of underappreciated nowadays.
Hey, your dad wrote in. Can't wait to discuss it with you when you get home over dinner, son.
Yes, Dad, I know.
Who's operating the Dennis Gorman account? That's what I want to know.
It's his father.
The Amboys.
How's Grandma Joe doing? Does she have any thoughts on the Aaron Glenn hire?
She could care less about sports too. She was quote unquote forced.
I don't get it. Half the Gormans aren't sports fans?
My grandmother she would tell you she was quote unquote forced to watch sports growing up because of my grandfather, my uncles, and my father. Not that she was literally forced, she was figuratively speaking forced.
I see. Also, Dennis Gorman just responded to you, Jeff. I'm his father, Mr. Parles.
Okay. Very, very official.
I think he should hire Mike Westhoff as the special teams coordinator. I think if he hires Mark Brunell as the offensive coordinator, he should hire Todd Haley as the play caller, because Todd Haley was a great offensive mind. As for the defensive coordinator, that's a good question. Maybe Steve Wilkes, because he was a good defensive coordinator with the 49ers.
Are we keeping this mustache going forward, Charles?
Probably not.
How come? Jeff, your thoughts on the mustache before we say goodbye to you and Charles?
It looks good. Looks good. Keep it, Charles.
I think you should keep it.
I think it looks good.
I'll keep that in mind.
Put your brother back on the phone. I want to ask for his thoughts on the mustache.
I think it's okay. I wouldn't rave about it, but it's okay. It's okay.
You wouldn't. What type of facial hair would you rave about, if any?
A beard.
Okay.
A beard. Okay.
A beard.
What's a beard?
Like what I have, a beard.
Hey, Dennis Gorman, if you're still in the chat, what do you think of your son's mustache? See what he says.
Is actually Dad talking?
I think it's a troll.
Gator writes in, Charles always makes great points that we don't hear because we can't stop thinking about his farting and mustache. Would you like to respond to Gator?
Well, you guys are obsessed with my farting. Tell you that much. You guys were obsessed with my chicken soup recipe for a long time, which kind of irritated me a little bit.
That's actually a great comeback, Charles. That's a great spin zone. It's not. We shouldn't be laughing at your farting. You should be ripping us for laughing at you farting in the first place.
I know, but still, like you, for a while, you were obsessed with V-Man sleeping.
Your dad writes in, my son looks very handsome with facial hair. It suits him. It really brings out the definition in his chin.
Charles, I will tell you, with the V-Man sleeping, though, that might still be the funniest moment I've ever been associated with in any media I've ever done.
Jeff, it happened today with a caller by the name of Triple M. I'll send you the clip later. I'm sure Gator.
Okay,
will do
please.
something.
Was it V-Man or no?
V-Man was on hold when it happened, and I brought V-Man on to try and wake him up, and then V-Man was like, at least I'm not the only one who's done this now. It was incredible. First show today. I'll send you the clip. It's amazing.
Amazing. The Ass Maniacs are one of a kind.
Real quick, Jets Worldwide, I believe this is Snowball. He wants to know, does your soup ever get caught in your mustache, Charles?
I'm sure it does, but I don't care. I usually wipe it off with my smoke napkin.
Okay. Matthew says you should fart again right now. Charles, show them you mean business.
I'm not going to fart, okay, right now, okay?
You'll save that for the show. Your show.
No, I'm not going to save it for any show.
All right, fine. Fair. Any other thoughts, Charles?
No, as for my GM, I was going to talk to you about that. My ideal GM should be between Dimitrov and Spielman. Here's why I like Spielman. I know he was a consultant for the Lions for a while, but I think that in some aspects is just as important as a general manager because it helps set the standard for the culture of an organization. But Chris Spielman, I mean, he was instrumental in bringing in Dan Campbell, who's done a great job for the Detroit Lions organization. And I forgot who their general manager is, but he's done a great job as well.
Brett Holmes.
But Dimitrov, I think, Dimitrov is a great general manager, in my opinion. I think he gets disrespected quite a bit because of what happened with the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl. But let's not forget he drafted Matt Ryan, who, in my opinion, is a borderline Hall of Fame quarterback.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
Are you ready for that railroad crossing?
Yes.
Exit right to State Route 35 South, the Amboys.
Oh, shit.
Everything okay?
Everything's fine. My brother will correct it.
Use the right lane to exit right.
Anyways, I'll leave you. I'll probably talk about it more on my YouTube channel.
Use the left lane to
So,
US
have a good day, Jake.
toward Trenton Short Point.
Charles, get home safely, all right?
I will.
Hi, I'm Charles, and I'm going to talk about Spider-Man and movies and sports and video games and maybe hot chicks.
What a call to end it with Jeff. Jeff, Charles Gorman, #1 overall seed. I feel the magic in the air.
I don't know. You're gonna have hell of a competition. When is the selection show? By the way, Jake.
End of March. We're gonna have some playing games, and the tournament will start March 1st because we're gonna have to do like a round a day on each show. Plus, I'll send you the advanced schedule. I'm talking it over with the committee right now, but we have plans in place. It's all on the line. I'll send you a link where you could fill out your bracket as well, Jeff. It's going to be wild.
Look, I'm going to tell you, it's going to take a lot for anyone to knock off my guy Bobby Midnight.
You're a Bobby guy. Now I'll tell you
what.
what.
Guy. Like Bobby, I know you're probably still watching. No disrespect, I love everybody for the most part. But Bobby always brings it when he's on when I'm on with you, Jake. So we'll see how it goes.
Mikey Midnight. He might make a run too, Jeff. Bobby's got to introduce you to his brother.
Mikey Midnight. I mean, that would be great.
Next time you're on, we'll try and
next time
orchestrate
get them
that.
both on. It'll be awesome. I mean, geez, this big fella 666 brawl has been going on for the entire time I've been on. So hopefully everyone survives that, and we can do this again next week, Jake.
100%. Well, Jeff, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully Aaron Glenn is the best coach of our lifetime.
Well, it doesn't take much to be it, Jake.
No.
At least in this millennium, since what you call it, since tuna was done. With tuna was done by the millennium change. So there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Parl's weekly spot of the show. He was supposed to come on at 3:30 today, and shortly after 2:00, Aaron Glenn, Jet head coach. Good stuff from Jeff. Hey, I have an update on the Gator versus Beastbreaker saga. So Beastbreaker was very upset that Gator sent him a T-shirt that said, or I don't even know what it said, but it did. It was the wrong size. It was a 6X. Beastbreaker is clearly only a 2X. Here is visual proof, Beastbreaker, that Gator has ordered you another shirt from Gator's merch website, Gator McCluskey. Check it out, folks. Support Gator there. 2X is the size that he ordered. So, ladies and gentlemen, Beastbreaker, your shirt is coming. Hopefully, we can smooth things over. Let's find out how Beast feels about this before we get back to your call.
You know what time it is? A Beastbreaker 666. I'm gonna take my fist and shove it up your ass, and then he gotta go.
Beast, how do you feel about a little 2X coming your way this time?
That's much better. You know what I'm doing, right?
Karate?
Striking distance.
Hold on, let me go full screen as you strike vengeance.
Stop! 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 Oh, and I got something to show you. Do you remember this?
Wow. Old school.
Chris Berman on the cover. Had this for 30 years, and I still love it to this day.
Aaron Glenn is in that game.
Let me here. This game came out in 1993.
That's before Aaron Glenn. 3 years
before Glenn. Yeah, so yeah, you're there, but hey, gotta give you credit. You're good. You're good. Thank you,
Gator just wrote in. Hey, Gator just pooped himself. You got him. You intimidated him.
You better. No more of this crap, okay? Enough said. Done.
Do you think it was an honest mistake, or you think he was trying to troll you?
He pushed my button a little too hard and a little too far. Wait. There comes time to say there are rules, there are limits, and then there are boundaries. And he overstepped the boundaries. This is where I lay down the law. Enough's enough.
Now, this war with Big Fella, what were your thoughts on the fact that he sent you to the hole? I think it was like a record 4 or 5 times. And then as you were being sent to the hole, a good Samaritan out there, a Beastbreaker fan, was saving you each time. Cincy Matt, who's not even a Jet fan, by the way. He's a Bengals fan that just happens to love the show, loves you, and he brought you out of the hole.
You got some balls, kid. I'll give you credit. But big fella, you stay out of my way. Or don't think I won't send the army tanks and swastikas. It's not going to be a fun ride with me.
What?
Try me. Thank you. Enough.
I think you used the wrong word, Beast. That doesn't make any sense.
All I'm saying is don't go to war with me because you don't want to try me. Bobby, he's tried this with me. He got his ass kicked.
On behalf of the Jake Asman Show, we apologize for the foul language.
Did he say swastika? What? That doesn't make any sense. He said army tanks, and I have no idea what that was. All right, what is it? Well, no more Beast for today after that. Jeez. What the hell? Big fella, what did you do to this guy? He's sending the what? K with a super chat. I didn't see an option for $25 super chats, but I'm here to win. You are in for 10 raffle entries, Kay. $50 super chat, 10 gifted memberships, same thing. You're in for a chance to win. Once again, the prizes: Garrett Wilson signed jersey, Aaron Glenn signed trading card. I'm going to have to order more of these Glenn cards now, by the way, now that he is officially the Jet coach, and the Brees Hall jersey patch autograph card as well. All these come with authentication certificates, so it's the real deal. Next raffle, we need a Morstead jersey, Beastbreaker 2028. A Thomas Morstead jersey raffle. I'm in. Someone wants a Thomas Morstead jersey. Jeez. More of your calls right now. AG, the Jet Psychic, is on the line. What's up, AG?
Yo, Jake, what's going on? Happy New Year, brother.
How are you, AG?
I'm hanging in. I'm back in the city, back in New York, and I've been in hiding, as you know, for a long time since our 20-0 discussion preseason and seeing you at the watch parties. I'm pretty excited to get back to the watch parties. My whole thing, I agree with you 1,000% on so many levels. You're like, it's crazy to be a Jets fan. It's crazy to want to be the Jets head coach. But Aaron Glenn, he wasn't like a fan favorite of mine, as a season ticket holder since, the early 80s. I was like, I'm always offense, Altoon and, whatever. But Aaron's a solid guy. But there's something about wanting to be the head coach of the Jets. There's something about, I think it's going to work. I really do. I think, and you also said something very powerful. He was there not only in Detroit for the turnaround, but you reminded me, because I was freaking front seat, section 327 at, I was back at Shea and whatever, but we went from Kotite to Parcells. If that's not the essence of where we're at with mud in our face, I've been damaged by this season. I was so freaking excited. And yet there's this hope. And it's got to be Aaron version 2. Aaron and Aaron signed me up for 1 year. Maybe, who knows? But it's going to work with this now. It's a whole new energy, I think. Well, what do you think? The interesting thing, I love that they paused with the GM, because were they going to talk to the Buffalo GM, the assistant GM at Buffalo?
I don't know who's going to get a second interview. He got a first interview. I hope they interview more GM candidates.
Oh, he did. Like he did interview with the Jets
virtually,
and then they requested Joe Brady, which would have been interesting. Good,
They never even interviewed him, though. They requested him. They never even interviewed him.
Yeah, but there could be some time when these other teams, when the season's over, that they could talk to. You never know who you could get. And the assistant GM of the Chiefs went to the Raiders. Is that right? Or no?
The assistant GM of the Chiefs went to the Titans, Mike Borgon.
Titans. That's weird. Okay. Well, they got the number 1 pick, right?
They do. Yeah, that's a weird job to be, because you don't get to pick your coach. Look, there's other good GM candidates out there, and I'm not saying it can't even be Lance Newmark. I just didn't understand Newmark is Glenn's guy, so that's how you have to hide. Like, he's the only guy that could work with Aaron Glenn. Like,
definitely not.
There was a tweet I read earlier.
I'm pleased. I mean, I think I told you, but I'm an executive recruiter and a headhunter for 40 years. I freaking worked for Korn Ferry. I know the process, and thank God they got the guy. I think again, there's something about a player. It's just like Vrabel going to New England. Like, screw him kind of thing. And he could turn it around for them, but I think it's time for. I heard Aaron talk, and maybe you heard this as well, about what it was like to get drafted by the Jets and what an honor it was to be in the NFL, that whole thing, which I really think the players are really going to identify with. And he's definitely a leader of men, and he's a player. And I was just hearing, you heard what Michael Kay said, by the way, today.
I did. I've been working all day. I didn't hear any of his show.
All right. Basically, everybody thinks Aaron's coming back, that Aaron's that like at least 1 year groom, he'll take a pay cut,
I mean, he's just speculating, though. He's not reporting that.
No, I know. But there was some.
I think logically, Aaron Rodgers should be back because he's their best option at quarterback. And anyone who doesn't want him and is going to talk about the cap when he's going to take a pay cut, and it means you get Devontae back, you just hate Aaron Rodgers. It has nothing to do with football. Because if it's about football, the guy who gives you the best chance to not suck next year is still Aaron Rodgers, who did 28 touchdowns and 11 interceptions this year.
That was the third best Jet season in franchise history. That's insanity. That's insanity. That's the third best. I mean, he's going to blow it away next year with, like you said, another year off the Achilles with Devontae in spring training. I mean, like, let's go. Again, I was just so freaking.
See, this is what I mean. Jay, he hates Rodgers. 5 wins. Jay, if you're blaming Aaron Rodgers for only 5 wins, you got to get your eyes checked, Jay. Okay? Get them checked. You're not seeing properly if you're going to blame Aaron Rodgers for them only winning 5 games. How many games did Greg Zuerlein lose them? How many games did the defense blow it late when they had the win? Like, I'm not saying Rodgers didn't have anything to do with some of the losses. He obviously was not perfect. I was in London and spent a fortune to watch him throw 3 picks and lose that game to the Vikings. Like, I'm not sitting here saying Rodgers is blameless, but you have to get your eyes checked, Jay, because they're not working. If you think Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor or someone else who's out there who's not going to be as good is going to somehow lead this team to more wins, it's not going to happen. Repeat after me, Jay. With the 3rd pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the New York Jets select, because that's where this is headed, if you don't want Aaron Rodgers here and you want someone else, because it's not going to work. There's no way.
And who knows with Jordan Travis? You just never know.
I love it. F out of here. He's not worth what? He's not worth what? Winning games, Jay? Oh, let's keep losing, Jay. Woohoo! I'm Jay. I love losing. I love losing. Yeah!
I'd like to play some football. Football. Yeah, would you like that? Report to the practice field tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Keep telling me, Jay, that Aaron Rodgers is the reason why they only won 5 games. With the 7th pick with Rodgers. I mean, I can't. Jay, I love you, but I think it's just best for us if I don't see your comments for the rest of the show. So I'm going to send you to the hole, and we'll be done with it. Thank you for the time.
Now look what you've done. No more protection from the Asmaniacs. Had to pull you out of the chat and cast you down with the Sodomites. Some time in here will feel like you've been run over by the lane train. You understand me? You catch my drift? Give them another 24 hours to think about it.
Yeah. The last game against Miami was, even though it was a throwback game against, whatever, but 4 touchdowns, I don't know. Last year, again, off the rails, as soon as they got rid of Saleh, it was over. Benching Rodgers after 4 games. Like, what? I don't know what was going on with Woody. I was like, what's going on here? This is really a shit show. But I think Glenn is the right guy. I really do. And again, it's just because he's been there. He knows the New York market. And I'm with you though, Jake. I thought it was going to be a little bit more I thought they were going to go for an offensive coach, but I'm excited about who they can bring in on the offensive side. And again, given the right time with AR, I think it could be a great season. All right, brother. I love that. Aaron, version 2.
All right, I'm back. AG, hold on. I had a tech issue. You win, Jay. You win. Me playing your stupid whole video for you being ignorant about Aaron Rodgers, blaming him for the team only winning 5 games. You won this one, Jay. You win because it broke my stream, and now I have to restart my computer because my computer actually overheated. So here's what I'm going to do. AG, I appreciate your call.
I love you, brother.
I have to get this situated here, so I'm going to let you go. Good points all around. And
I love you.
I appreciate you. What I'm going to do right now is toss to a clip I had ready to talk about Aaron Glenn. All right, because I can't right now. Hold on. StreamYard, you suck. Let that be known. If you're starting a show, don't use StreamYard. Unfortunately, I'm grandfathered in and can't switch because I'm too far into this bleep hole. Stand by. I got a clip I want to play. This was a really good conversation, I thought, featuring two guys who know Aaron Glenn very well. Peter Schrager of the NFL Network and Kevin Clark of ESPN. Here's 8 minutes of them talking about Aaron Glenn and why they believe he's the right fit for the Jet job. Stand by, and we'll come back with more of your calls.
I was thinking about Aaron Glenn last week because with Dan Campbell, I did a big Dan Campbell story a couple of years ago, and there was a quote in there that I've thought about since the day I got it. And it was, players know a fraud immediately. Players can see a fraud immediately. They can sniff it out. And the moment you do anything fraudulent, players are the first to know. Okay? Paraphrase. That quote about Dan Campbell was from Aaron Glenn.
Nice.
Because he understands what players respond to, just like Dan does. There's an authenticity there. And every time, so I think we talked 3 consecutive summers. And I was looking back at my notebooks. And what I liked about it was everything he said was realistic. So there was 2 years ago, I said, what's the goal for the defense? He said, top half of the NFL, top 16 defense. And I'm thinking it's August 5th. And you see so much BS in this league, Peter, about, hey, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to attack. And Aaron Glenn's looking at his guys saying, we got a young defense. We got holes here. We're going to be top half. That's what we're going for. And they did it. But there's a directness and an authenticity. And he said that he loves working with young players. He's not scared of them. He's going to take risks on defense, just personnel wise and scheme wise. We've seen that. I just think that whoever lands him, and it sounds like the Jets are the leaders in the clubhouse, are getting a guy. I think it's really hard to replicate the Dan Campbell experience because anybody across from the owner can say we value culture, but until I don't even know if you can do it in year one. You can fake culture for a year, but until the bullets start flying, you don't know. But if anybody can replicate the Dan Campbell experience, to me, it's Aaron Glenn.
Dude, I value a lot of different people in this league's opinions, and I come off as a sycophant sometimes for Sean Payton because we work so closely together for a year. But 2 of the people that I respect most in this league are 2 guys that I worked with in Fox extensively. The first one is Chris Spielman, who I was his sideline reporter on a Fox crew. We used to do the number 4 game. It was Tom Brenneman, Chris Spielman, and myself. Spielman gets the job with Detroit about 3 years ago. And this is when they were awful and they hired Dan Campbell. And it's like, we have to do something here. It's 2021. And at the combine, like, you're not allowed as a media person to walk the actual concourse in the combine and pop yourself into these rooms. But Spielman doesn't know any better. And he's just got this new job as like the number 2 to the owner and Rod Wood, the president, but also like a liaison to the coaches. He's just a face of the Lions. And he says, come to the combine room that we have. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't really know. And he's like, just come by. And I'd known Brad Holmes from his LA days. So he was a warm face. And I'll say, and I walk in and I could tell Aaron Glenn's like, why is there a media guy in my box right now? And like, not the warmest guy. Then Spielman's like, hey, G, come over here. It's just Schrager. He's like, no, we know each other, whatever. And like, Aaron was cool. And then like right back to the drills. And I'm like, oh, that dude's for real. And Spielman's like, he's the best. Like, that guy's the best. And I'm like, you just got to know. He's like, no. This guy's all ball. We fast forward 2 years later. I'm at Fox. Every different Sunday, it's Sean Payton talking about 2 guys, Parcells, who he worships, and Aaron Glenn, who's his guy, who's now the DC in Detroit. And he's so proud of what he's doing. And Aaron Glenn this and Aaron Glenn that. I've gotten to know Aaron a little bit. The Jets are going to find that they have what is the leader of men type. And that is what everyone said they needed. And I don't know, this process, we could talk about the process because I'm not sure it was a shortcut or this was the plan all along or whatever it was. But I've been very vocal that this was a very specific process with the Jets, that they did not even interview Kellen Moore. They didn't even try to interview Cliff Kingsbury. They didn't even make the attempt to interview Todd Monken or Liam Cohen. Like, those types of guys, like the offensive mastermind, we're just raving about Ben Johnson. Like, that wasn't the top priority for this Jets process, or so it seems. I'm not a part of the 33rd team. I don't know what Tannenbaum and Spielman came in as their vision, but they were trying to find the next culture builder for the Jets if Aaron Glenn is ultimately the hire. So I say all this, I wouldn't look to the X's and O's, the defensive ranks, the 45 points that they just gave up. I would say Aaron Glenn has 3 great things going for him if he's the next Jets head coach. The fact that the people who vouch for him are Parcells, Spielman, Payton, go down the list. Every Jets luminary from years past, they rave about him. Fine. 2, and he actually revealed this in the Pivot podcast that he did with Ryan Clark. He's worn every hat possible. He was a scouting assistant. He was an assistant coach. He was a defensive backs coach. He worked for Cleveland. He worked for the Jets. And then he was finally defensive coordinator after his stint with the Saints. He's worn the different hats. And the last, but maybe most important thing is that he knows what he's walking into here.
Yeah.
Like there are 31 jobs and there's the Jets job. And if you're not ready for everything you could possibly imagine and more to come your direction, and you walk in blindly with Babe in Woods, deer in headlights type look, you're going to get run over real quick. And I'm not saying that happened to Saleh or that happened to Gase or that happened to those guys that precede them. I just think that Aaron Glenn is going in. If he takes this job, he knows full well, not only the market, not only the owner, but he knows the entire Jets thing and what it could be because he lived it with Parcells, and what it's been, which has been the doldrums the last decade.
I just think the day in, day out pressure with the Jets is so different. I remember being in Cortland back in the Rex era when I was really young, and Dan Leberfield was arguing.
Jets whispers, shout him out.
About something. I don't even remember what it was. It was something very small. As do you trust your secondary? Whatever, right? And Dan and Rex were just going at it, basically yelling at each other, just like at the podium, like full press conference. They were just going at it. And it's like August 3rd, okay? And they're just going at it. And Rex steps off the podium after they're done and looks at Leberfeld and says, "Is that all you got?" And just winked at him.
Yeah.
And he loved it. He loved it.
Yes.
And I think you actually have to have that mentality of it's like with the New York media. I'm not locked in with you. You're locked in with me. And understanding there's a give and take there. Don't bully them. But Parcells was the master at knowing how to use the media, and how they used to say this about Jeff Van Gundy with the Knicks, is that Van Gundy was the master at just saying one little thing that he knew the New York media was going to pick up on and run with it, and then have plausible deniability and go, "Oh, no, you guys did too much of that." You know damn well he knew what was going on the back page. You need a master of the media. You need a master of perception at that job. Aaron Glenn hasn't, just in my interactions with him, I feel like, I don't know if he's going to spar like Rex, but he's going to understand every day at the podium what message he needs to communicate.
Well, I think so. And, Todd Bowles isn't going to win any awards for quote of the year. Right. Adam Gase wasn't a media darling. Saleh had a lot of catchphrases and was really, warm to a lot of the media members and could speak to the team. And we saw him at Hard Knocks. There were a lot to I think Glenn comes in as you almost feel like he's a native New Yorker, even though he's a Texas A&M guy and a Texas guy, but he wore that uniform. And I think, again, I would stand from the mountaintops and be like, I think the Jets should have met with Todd Monken. Look what, but that doesn't seem to be what this particular hire was about. It wasn't about getting the offense from 28th in the league to 22nd in the league and then figuring out. This is almost like we have to lay the groundwork. We have to build the cobblestones on the street before we build up the city. And Aaron Glenn seems to be a guy that they think, even though he's a first-year coach, has been around it enough and has seen that flower build out of the rubble in Detroit firsthand, and also has the backing of a Sean Payton, a Bill Parcells, and many years playing for this Jets team as an all-pro, which is nearly impossible to do wearing that uniform.
It's good stuff there. It's a good conversation on their podcast. Hit the like button if you're tuning in. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Jay almost broke this stream. He almost did because my StreamYard overheated. That's what happens with these live shows. Such a pain in the ass. Don't get me started. But wow. Dante, I appreciate the super chat, but that's inappropriate. We will not be reading that on the air. Jay Reeves says, block this one also. Rodgers needs to go. I'm a Jet fan first. He's not the answer. We tried. Okay, he's not the answer, right? So what's your answer for next year? He's not the answer. We tried. Okay, so tell me you're playing a quarterback. No one's saying Rodgers is the long-term answer. But he's their best option for 1 year. He threw 4 touchdowns in his last game, was running all over the field. You think he's done? He can't play? He can't be effective with better coaching around him? With a better running game? With a better kicker? You think they're going to win 5 games next year if he plays like how he did this year? 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 3,800 yards? Okay. If you think that's true, you tell me what your plan is, because I see Tyrod Taylor and some of these other options, and I think they're winning 6 games or less. So tell me. You know, you love telling everyone how bad Aaron Rodgers is, but then you have no solution. If you want to argue they should move on, fine. But I need to know what the plan is if you're just going to say, nope, no Aaron Rodgers. Because if it's Tyrod Taylor, this team's picking top 5 in the draft next year. Great. Aaron Glenn's first year, he's going to win 4 games. Half the fan base is going to be out on him already, if not all of them. Unbelievable. Funny comment from Nate saying, Jake asking all these follow-up questions and Jake can't type. Jay's actually not in the hole, so he can type. I like Jay. I was flipping out on him because it's funny, but I like Jay. I just think he's nuts. Once again, to everyone who doesn't want Rodgers, take a deep breath and put your political leanings aside or some of the things he says that maybe rub you the wrong way and look at this and then tell me what the plan should be. Just tell me. Say Jay's not in the hole. He can comment. Tell me what the plan is. So I don't see it. Ladies and gentlemen, our next special guest is on the line. From JetsXFactor.com, Andrew Fialco joins us now. What's up, Andrew?
Wow. I mean, it's been a minute, Jake. How are we doing?
We have a head coach, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't even think I haven't been on the show since for New Year's. I don't like this whole. I've been tuned in here and there. This whole Beast Breaker thing, I have no idea what's going on. I think the first day he came on and like the whole Bobby thing happened, I actually thought it was like someone you paid to like just like screw with Bobby. I had no idea. I was like, this guy must be a paid actor. This can't be real. But yeah, it's a good day. I know I didn't come on here and give any of my thoughts about the coaching. Wasn't my first choice. No. I just think every fan needs to take the same approach that I'm taking, which is just to wait and see. I don't think any of us have a real strong idea of what Glenn's going to be like as a head coach. I know that he's been around a lot of strong coaching staffs, which is a big plus. And I'm just really curious to see what his coaching staff looks like. That is probably the utmost of importance to me. But I think you said it. I think that we would be remiss to not mention that there are a lot of similarities between Glenn and Saleh.
A ton. And anyone trying to pretend like they're different people, like they might be, like there's different career paths, but it's still a very similar thing. Very similar.
It's so similar. And I even looked up like Saleh was had more coaching experience prior to becoming a head coach than Glenn did. Look, the one thing that I think we could hold our hats on is that Glenn is coming from a team that ran their organization the right way. And with Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell, the Lions ran their organization in a way that the Jets would never run it. They entrusted their players. They went for on fourth down. They were ultra aggressive, pass heavy, really well structured offensive line. So Glenn is coming from a great culture. Now, again, where was Saleh coming from? I would argue a pretty good culture from San Francisco as well. So there's a lot of things that you could hold your hat on and say are positive. But look, I'm always with I would rather swing and miss with the offensive guy than a defensive guy, especially because if we somehow Glenn brings in a great offensive coordinator, Jake, in 2 years, that offensive coordinator will be gone.
Could be.
And then we're going to have to start from scratch. With with the offensive guys, you get to hold them. If they're your head coach, they're with you forever. So that's another thing. But I mean, you see what's going on with Dan Quinn, D'Amico Ryans. There's infrastructures and examples out there of successful defensive coaches. But again, I was looking last night. The last defensive head coach that made the Super Bowl was Bill Belichick in 2018. So if anyone wants to look that up, I looked through. It's been Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Zach Taylor, Nick Sirianni. It's all offensive guys. But look, I understand what the Jets want to do here, and I'm not against the hire. It just wouldn't have been my first choice.
Yeah, I like Aaron Glenn like as a candidate as far as like his qualifications. It's just once again, there's that unknown on first timer in any job and defensive background. So to your point, the offensive coordinator hire and the O-line coach, I want to emphasize too.
Yeah.
These are hugely important decisions he has to get right. Otherwise, it's going to feel very reminiscent to the other first-time defensive coaches they've had that ultimately failed and didn't have any success. I mean, who was the last Jet head coach to finish with a winning record? I think it was Al Groh on a one-year sample size in 2000. Every other coach has been defensive guys on their first opportunity besides the 2 years of Gase, and he never should have been hired in the first place. So why is Aaron Glenn going to be different? I hope he is. I hope he proves me wrong.
Yeah. I do too. And look, Saleh brought in a good offensive coordinator now that we look back at it. Michael Floor was scapegoated in a lot of senses. So I don't know. I saw some of the possible coordinators that would be hired. I would love Clint Kubiak, who's the offensive coordinator for the Saints. And then the passing game coordinator for the Rams was also mentioned.
Nick Haley.
Who I'm interested by. And then there was one, I think I'm forgetting who it was now. Who's like the main guy that they think is going to get hired? Oh, Mark Brunell. I can't be very encouraged by that, just personally. He's 3 years in the NFL as the QB's coach for the Lions. And then he's just going to take over as the offensive coordinator. I don't know. At least the other two guys, Kubiak was calling plays all of last year. And the Rams guy was the passing game coordinator this year, and he's coming from the McVay system.
I like him the best because the Patriots tried to hire him and he turned him down.
Oh, really? As their OC?
As their OC, yep.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I would be very interested in that. And you know what? I know you were talking about it. I've come around to the Rodgers thing a bit. I know he didn't play as well as I anticipated him playing this past season, but when you look at the options,
they stink. That's the problem. They're all terrible. I'm not saying Rodgers is great, but like the other options out there are horrible. Oh, they're not. They're terrible other options.
Right. So I mean, look, there's a ton of ways you could go about it. I think it's quite odd, Jake, that we don't have a GM right now, and the Senior Bowl is in 6 days. I think it would be great for us to
Bill Savage. He's the GM.
Yes. I mean, our director of scouting or it's whoever. I mean, hopefully someone's on board with this next GM that's coming because there's things that are happening that we need to be involved with. But whatever the GM and head coach, I kind of said this at the end of the year, like whatever the GM head coach think is best, I'm okay with. And I think everyone's thinking about Rodgers with this massive pay. I think it's gonna be a pay cut, and it's either that or what. Like that's what I'm just curious about, and I haven't been able to answer myself. So I don't know. Do you want to run with Justin Fields for a year? Okay. I wouldn't be like so against that, but I don't know. I think if they want him back, I'm not gonna be like super against it. And I think,
especially if he takes the pay cut, which I think would be the only way he would be back, and it means you had Devontae back too, who still can obviously be a very good player in this league, as he proved.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't know. I think the fan base is so like either all for it or all against it. I'm like pretty in the middle, especially because
tell me what the plan is if not Rodgers would be my response to those who don't want him back. Like, what's your ideal plan? Because I see the other options, and I think this team is going 4-13 in year one with Aaron Glenn if they don't have Rodgers.
Yeah, I think that's genuinely. I mean, I kind of thought that would be the case. Because it felt like the tea leaves were saying that Woody didn't want Rodgers back. It kind of felt like it was going to be a Tyrod, maybe a third or fourth round rookie, Jordan Travis, and maybe a 1-year flyer type of QB room, which is not encouraging at all. Look, I don't know, man. I wouldn't like. like after everything we went through with Rodgers, why would I almost like comes off as like why not just give him the chance with a competent staff to just see what he could do? That's also with him wanting to come back. I do think though that if the Jets really want him back, he will come back. I don't think he will retire if the Jets are going to make it clear that they want him back.
The fact that they're still interviewing like GM candidates now, like I hope they get it right. I mean, they're basically treating Aaron Glenn like he's Bill Parcells. Like, they're giving him the Mike Vrabel treatment where he's going to be in on these meetings now to pick the GM he wants to work with. And I feel like you do that for someone who has way better of an established head coaching resume than Aaron Glenn. So, the Jets are telling you they think they found the next Parcells, Tomlin, like CEO, great leader type Campbell. I hope they're right. I really do.
Right. And you want to feel like they're right, but man, the solid ghost just comes in and just like it really just takes away everything. Because look, Glenn and Saleh both said all the exact right things. Like Glenn, everything I've heard from him has been great, but it's different. It's just different in the locker room, and if he could be a leader of a team. But again, I am encouraged from the culture that he's coming from. He saw the Lions at their worst, and they've been on the uprise for the past couple of years now, and he's built that defense. And I mean, I was having arguments with my friends. Like a lot of my friends are not happy about it. But then to say that a couple of kids were saying that Glenn had a bad, like the defense was bad this year, with the amount of injuries that he went through, and the team was top 10 in every defensive metric that was relevant that I looked at, and they were out their entire starting 11. I think at one point, Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams were starting on his defense, and he was competent. I mean, that shows that the trust, like the buy-in's there from the players. So I don't know. I think he's a good defensive coach. Again, I would have rather an offensive guy. We didn't even interview Liam Cohen or Joe Brady, but it is what it is, and we move from here. And obviously, everyone should be on board with it. Like I'm on board with it. I'm full steam ahead, rooting for Glenn, obviously.
This was a text I got from a friend of mine who's a diehard Lions fan. I do think he's a good leader and thought what he did was damn impressive with an injured defense. It fell apart at the end, but it's hard to explain just how much they were out at the end. It was like DN1, DN3, DN4, corner 1, corner 3, corner 4, defensive tackle 1. I am a lot more confident in Ben Johnson than Glenn, though. I mean, yeah, it's just at the end of the day, you don't know. You don't know how a defensive head coach who's never been a head coach before is going to do. You just got to hope the staff hires are good. And really, part of the reason why I want Rodgers back too, it buys them some more time, because if they're bad with Aaron Rodgers, Glenn gets a cover of, well, he hasn't had his quarterback yet. They move on from Rodgers, and Rodgers goes somewhere else and is successful, and it's Tyrod. You're never going to be able to erase the stink of a 4-13 season. People will say he doesn't have his quarterback yet, but then people are going to be using his record against him right away. Like Rodgers provides a chance to win as many games as possible for next year. People have no patience here. Robert Saleh won 4 games his first year. This team is way better than that team. They better win 9 games next year and have a chance to be in the playoffs at the bare minimum. That should be the goal.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's no reason to just throw this year away. And unfortunately, the way that it looks, like if it's not Rodgers, it's kind of a throwaway. It just like, I don't know who you're going to start, and it be because look, if Rodgers is gone, Devontae's gone. So let's just say Justin Fields comes in. Like we could add a receiver in free agency, and maybe the offensive coordinator hits it off with him and they win 8 or 9 games. Maybe. I do think that the best chance we have is with Aaron, though. Like, just it's factually like that he is our best shot at winning next season. It's just.
It sounds like Glenn recognizes that too, based on some of the early stuff coming out.
Right. 100%. So
rumblings. I wouldn't say there's any like report, hey, Aaron Glenn wants Rodgers, but that, like people who know Glenn say that they think he'll want Rodgers as the quarterback.
I mean, but like you're saying though, like if Rodgers is gone, then he's going in with his staff and he's like should we trade up in the draft? What should we like should we sign Fields to a 1 for 5? Should we try?
And by the way, the idea that they could get Fields, how do you know the Giants aren't going to blow Fields out of the water with more money? How do you know the Steelers aren't going to keep Justin Fields? There's not a whole lot of great options. So it's like we could say move on. Are you guaranteed to get someone that you're mentioning as the backup option? You might not be. Just keep Aaron Rodgers. Keep Aaron Rodgers on a different deal and get Devontae back and get everyone on the same page and try and win more than 5 games, which you should This team won 5 games, and they led the NFL in blown fourth quarter leads. You can't do that unless you have talent on it to begin with, because that's how you're getting leads in the fourth quarter in the first place. There's too much talent to just throw away next year with Tyrod Taylor and someone else, or Jordan Travis. Like, oh, that will make me sick if that's what the plan is.
I agree. And I kind of hold out a small glimmer of hope that, like, hey, this was Rodgers' first year off the Achilles tear. Like, maybe, I know he's getting older in age, which is not a good sign, which is not a good part of it, but just maybe he's going to turn back the clock and, like, he'll look healthier after a full year and a full healthy offseason. Like, maybe. I don't know, but there's not that many better options. I just am really, really hopeful that Glenn makes some good decisions on the support staff at this point, because, like, Rodgers is here next year at max. So we need to be thinking about our future, and the infrastructure of this staff is the utmost importance of the future of this team. So it's not another freaking one and done coach. It just, we don't, like, I don't think anyone wants that. Like, let's have some stability with this team for once. So that's why I think the staff is so important.
Carlos Reyes checks in. Will we see what we have in Jordan Travis? I hope, but you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. And I mean, I don't know. He was not my favorite prospect coming out. So he's just like a lottery ticket, I would feel like. But
I'm laughing because I've been fighting with my guy, Jay. He goes, listen, y'all could be delusional you want. We did the same thing last year. I'm not. So Jay wanted Brian Flores, and I was with him with that. But then he doesn't want Aaron Rodgers. If Brian Flores was the coach, Jay, he'd want Aaron Rodgers. So coaches are going to want the guy who gives them the best chance, which they're all still going to evaluate their options. And 90% of them are going to say Aaron's our best option. That's just a fact. Because you don't just get Rodgers, you get Devontae Adams with Rodgers. That's a huge part of this too.
Yeah, I agree. I was against it, definitely at the end of the season. But every time I said I was against it, I was also very open on the fact that I didn't have a better option. Like, there was nothing that came to my mind where I was like, okay, I'm done with Rodgers and I think we should do blank. We're in this little window where there's not really a solution. We don't have a top 3 pick. We're not going to get
He's not going to hold his ground, Jay, because Andrew's smart and actually looks at the other options and realizes, you know what, there's a compelling case to be made that Aaron Rodgers, who threw 28 touchdowns last year, gives the Jets their best chance with better coaching, better kicking game to actually, I don't know, go out there and win 10 games and be in the playoffs and end the longest playoff drought in professional sports.
Well, it's not even about holding my ground. I'm just curious, like, well, who does Jay want to be? Like, what's his like ideal quarterback room going into next year?
Someone who's shit, and more shit, I'm sure.
Well, it's already Tyrod and Jordan, so we know what Tyrod is. We'll probably win 5 or 6 games if he starts.
If you guaranteed me 17 games of health from Tyrod Taylor, it's an interesting conversation. He's never healthy. He's not lasting a full season.
And Rodgers just lasted a full season.
Barely, but he got through it. Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. But what's the ceiling with Tyrod? At least Rodgers there's a ceiling that he's been one of the best throwers of the football in the history of the NFL. Like, Tyrod's ceiling is not hurting himself and just getting us maybe just sneaking into the wild card. Maybe that's his ceiling. I think they would win 5 or 6 games with Tyrod. But like you said, not healthy. I mean, I would love to. I'm going to look in the chat, see if is there any quarterback room that's like signed. I see someone said sign Sam Darnold. We're not doing that. This is a joke of a quarterback room because there's Bryce Petty in it. Like, I don't know what. I'm just curious what other fans think. Like, I don't know.
If there was a better option, I'd be like, okay. Cooper Rush. Ladies and gentlemen, Ted trying to stir the pot. Well, guess what, Ted? It worked.
Son of a bitch! You lousy, cheating little shit!
God.
I'm looking at the free agent quarterbacks. Like,
it's horrible, man. I don't think people really looked at it. It's terrible.
It's
you want Kirk Cousins? Like, that's what we're talking about when he gets cut.
It's Fields. It's Jacoby Brissett. It's Mariota, Drew Lock. Like, these are at best backups. Jameis. Like, I shout out to Gary, but these are all backup quarterbacks. So, like, I don't know.
I can't. Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Long wants to get rid of Aaron Rodgers, the best quarterback he's ever seen play for the Jets. Connor, why do you want to get rid of Aaron Rodgers?
First off, Jake, Andrew, how you guys doing?
What's up, Connor? How was school today?
I'm doing well. It went well. I think it was about last period, second to last period, something like that when they hired Glenn. It was. I will say, guys.
What was the reaction from the middle schoolers? Were people excited?
None of them follow football or really the Jets.
What?
Really? No one in my grade really watches. There are some like Giant. There's a few Giant fans. I think there's a few like bandwagon Chiefs fans or whatever, but no one who I really talk to is a Jets fan, which is kind of disappointing. So I don't think anyone really cared. I bet you 90% of people there did not know who Aaron Glenn was. So
Wait, who are these people's like allegiances?
The Giants, there's a lot of Chiefs, which is terrible.
Chiefs is crazy.
That's insane. Do they watch football though? Or do they watch
Not
other
really.
sports? Like, are they baseball fans or
A
basketball?
lot of, some basketball, a lot of soccer, which is I hate soccer. I'll just say that right now. I can't stand soccer.
Wow, the youths are watching soccer. Ugh.
Yeah, I know,
wild.
Jake. It's painful.
Connor, how many kids are in your grade?
Like 250, I think they're in my grade, 300, something like that.
And you're the only Jet fan that you know of?
Yeah, pretty much.
And he lives on Long Island, which is Jet
That's-
country.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, Andrew, Jake, the bandwagon Chiefs fans are abducting the youth here.
Tom wants to know: is this a communistic school?
No, it is not a communistic school, Tommy. Great comment.
All right, well, tell us why you don't want Aaron Rodgers, Connor. What's your plan if no Rodgers? You can convince me if you have a good plan. Let's hear.
Yeah, guys, so here's where I am with Rodgers overall. The thing that concerns me most with this situation is the financial perspective. And wait, I know the thing is going to be he's going to take a pay cut. I understand that. So here's my plan. Let's say he wants to take I think he's set to make $37.5 million next season. That's what he's set to make in 2025. I think the lowest paid quarterback in the league is Geno Smith with I think he's has an AAV of like $25 million, something like that. If he takes a $15 million pay cut and he's kind of aligned with Geno Smith in that same range or even a little lower than Geno Smith, you could get me on board. But I am not paying a quarterback who, yes, Jake, I understand the touchdown metrics, but context is key here. He had the second most attempts in the league. So you have the second most attempts in the league. You're gonna throw the ninth most touchdowns. Jake, I think he finished 11th in yards. It was something. I think he was in the top 15 in yards. So you have the second most attempts. That is naturally going to happen. I understand all that. He takes a $15 million pay cut. I am okay with it. The problem is I can't have him on this current contract right now because you bring him back next season. We're talking about paying him $63 million in 2026. I just don't see which GM would want to put themselves in that much hell at the beginning of their tenure. Paying a quarterback.
Agreed. But why don't you think he would be willing to do that? Because he has said previously, he goes, if Devontae and I are here, we got to redo our deals. Like, they know. They understand it. They want to play together, and he wants to play with Devontae. They're going to have to both be on different deals. And they'd spin it like he's taking less so Devontae can get his contract figured out with the Jets.
Well, I mean, Devontae has said publicly, he said it a few times during the season, he would strongly consider coming back even if it's without Aaron. So I think we should kind of, lay off.
Believe that, though? I don't.
I could see him coming back. Here's the thing. He's someone else who's going to need to significantly restructure his deal if he wants to come back. You mentioned it there. Here's the bottom line. Aaron Rodgers takes a $15 or $17 million pay cut next year. Somewhere in that range, sign me up for that. The problem is I just can't. I'm not paying someone who's going to be 42 years old next season, $63 million in 2026 when we're trying to kickstart this new regime with a bang. I can't see us doing that. Especially,
I get it, but I think he will take a pay cut, even if it's not the exact number you're talking about. First off, by 2026, they then would have a rookie on a rookie deal they're drafting in the first round in all likelihood. Look at Denver. Look at the dead cap they're taking on for Russell Wilson. It's almost $100 million. They just made the playoffs because they have Bo Nix with good coaching, and Bo Nix doesn't cost them that much money. So it can be done, even if Rodgers is going to be, impacting your salary cap in 2026. Plus, it could be spread out over 2 years. So, the Jets can figure out a way to make it work is my point. And he's still there. But would you agree he's their best option to win games next year, or you don't think that?
It's tough to say, Jake. I wish we saw a full season of Justin Fields with the Steelers. I'll say that. From what we saw overall, like the easy metrics, the simple metrics, touchdowns and yards, yes, he was great. But from an accuracy standpoint, overall, he was terrible. Ranging from, completion percentage to, CPOE, all these crazy numbers that were just introduced a few years ago. He's in the 20s and 30s among quarterbacks this season. So the accuracy, I think, is still a massive concern. When he was under pressure this season, he struggled tremendously. If I saw a full season, it's just tough because I think it's fair to say, correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, out of all the candidates for the Jets quarterback job next season, Justin Fields has the most upside out of all of them.
Maybe. Like he's young enough where like you could see it. I don't know if he's leaving Pittsburgh though. That's the other thing. Like they're not going to keep Russell Wilson. So why would he leave there? And also, you're moving on from Rodgers, right? So then you're dealing with the dead cap ramifications by moving off of him, and then you're going to sign Justin Fields. What if Justin Fields prices himself out of the Jets' range? So, like, there's contract stuff involved, too.
I would pay, here's what I'd offer Justin Fields. I'd offer him 1 year, $9 million, 1 year, $10 million, 2 years. I'd offer him a 1 to 2 year deal with an AAV of like $9 or $10 million every, so 2 for 20, 2 for 19, something like that. 1 for 8, 1 for 9. That's what I'd offer Justin Fields. I want Fields in there because I'm a big Tyrod Taylor guy. I think when he's healthy, he's able to be a solid bridge option in this league when he's healthy.
That's the biggest. He's never healthy, so he can't be a bridge option.
So that's why I'm saying bring in Justin Fields, have those two compete for a quarterback competition in training camp. And then I think that's their top option unless Rodgers is willing to take $15 to $17 million off of his deal. I understand he says he's able to take a pay cut after he took that, what was it, $35 million?
Yeah, he took the largest pay cut in professional sports history until Jalen Brunson did what he did with the Knicks.
I mean, he could say that on the Pat McAfee show all he wants. The question is he really willing to take $15 to $17 million off his current contract? If he is, sign me up. I'll bring Rodgers back in 2025.
All right. Well, I think we got Connor Long on board, baby. Let's go. Bring Aaron back.
I think that's a massive if, though. If not, though, I think you still have to move on from him overall. I see why an Aaron Glenn, a first-time defensive-minded head coach, would want to bring an Aaron Rodgers back compared to, Andrew, I know you're a big Liam Cohen guy. Let's say Liam Cohen came in and took the job. I could see him trying to experiment with a Justin Fields in free agency, drafting potentially even going quarterback high, maybe even trading up for a Shadur Sanders, maybe going Jalen Milroe in the second or third round. But we're talking about a first-time defensive-minded head coach here. We don't know what the offensive staff looks like yet. I'd say Glenn probably wants Rodgers back. Out of the three finalists for the GM job, I think none of them are compelling whatsoever. All three of them are first-time GMs. So I would say the new regime would probably want Rodgers back, $15 to $17 million. Sign me up. Here's the thing. This team won 5 games, but a legit coach is the difference between this team going 5-12 and 12-5. Last season. That's the coaching is the main difference there. Yes, you could say, Rodgers struggled from time to time. The defense blew a few leads. The kicking certainly was not great. However, coaching is the main difference there. Discipline was awful, which is coaching. Coaching is the main difference there from being 5-12 and 12-5. So that's
exactly why Aaron Rodgers should be the quarterback, Connor. There you go. Good stuff, Connor.
I mean, let's be real. We have to admit the accuracy was awful last season.
He wasn't perfect, man, but he got better as the year went on when he started to get healthy. And that's with no coaching and the worst offensive scheme in the sport, and they had no running game. Like, if you look at Aaron Rodgers through the lens of what his role would be next year, the bridge quarterback, I think people need to stop looking at him like he's the 4-time MVP and just evaluate him compared to the other options. He's their best bridge option. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I agree. One more thing here for you guys. Have you guys watched any Ted McMillan? Have you watched any of his stuff from wide receiver from Arizona State?
I like his size, but I haven't watched enough to really know good or bad about him.
I watched a little of him. I think if he's there at 7 with the Jets, especially if it's not a sure thing, Devontae Adams is coming back, I think you have to pull the trigger on a wide receiver that early. His size, the way he kind of utilizes his body, reminds me a little of T. Higgins. He has elite hands. I think he's a pretty sharp route runner. So where I am right now, Ted McMillan or Mason Graham at 7. I like Aaron Glenn, but again, these GM candidates, Darren Moogie, Trey Brown, Lance Newmark, none of them are really exciting for me. So it's like we brought the 33rd team on for this head coaching search. They interviewed everyone and their mother. So, you know, I feel like settling for Aaron Glenn, Darren Moogie, Lance Newmark, or Trey Brown just isn't enough.
No, it's not great. I mean, maybe there'll be more. Connor, good call.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Long. What a call.
Yeah, he's way more in tune than me right now. I'm so checked out. He's pulling everything out of this under the sun. So good on him. But I think the main thing with Rodgers, just like a closing thought I had, I definitely was at the end of last season. I didn't think he played well enough to come back, or I didn't even think he would want to come back. And the bottom line is, I just want to know if he's interested in learning a new scheme and playing with a new offensive coordinator. I think that was what kind of I've struggled with, and I'm not really sure if he has any interest in it at age 41. Because you mentioned, Jake, that they played in the worst offensive scheme in the NFL, which is true. And by the way, for everyone that loves Mike McCarthy, and I know you think highly of him, that's the same scheme, the same exact scheme. It's the old school West Coast offense. So again, I just
McCarthy's a better coach though than anything. Like
yes.
my point was he'd raise the floor and get us out of this hellhole that is winning 7 games or less every year.
For sure. I know I have a buddy who's a Cowboys fan who kind of knows the X's and O's like I do, and he's told me many times that we run the exact same offense. And Dak is just a great. I think Dak's a great quarterback, so he kind of takes them out of it. But again, it's just if Rodgers is going to be willing to learn a new offense or not. I don't know if he's interested in that at age 41.
He might not have a choice though, is my thing. Like Aaron needs the Jets just like I think the Jets need him. Like where's Aaron Rodgers going where he's starting next year?
I don't think anywhere. I don't.
So it's retirement of the Jets. It feels like.
Yeah, I think so, and that's why I think he would definitely do a pay cut, like for sure. I don't think the pay cut's even in question. If he wants to play football, he's going to take a pay cut.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers has made more money in NFL as an NFL player than any player ever in the history of pro football. No player has made more on-field earnings than Aaron Rodgers. So he could take less. Like it's not. I don't think it's an issue for him at all.
I don't either. I mean, look, that's why I just think we have to put our faith in the GM. There's no way a new GM is going to want to come in and, like Connor said, have a huge cap hit in 2026. So I don't even think that would be a possibility. I'm sure that there would be some restructure where it would be a lot better of a contract for the cap going forward. Again, I know it's not the most encouraging option, but Justin Fields or Aaron Rodgers, if that's what we're doing, I don't know. Again, it's literally on I want to trust whatever the offensive coordinator wants and whatever the GM wants at this point. I'm okay with whatever they think. If we're hiring the right people, then they'll make the right decisions. It's a weird spot to be in. I can't say that it's not the case.
Here are some of the names to watch for the GM job: Darren Moogie and Trey Brown. Second interviews. Moogie indirect connection to Glenn through Sean Payton. Lance Newmark remains a candidate.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Moogie or Brown.
Once again, GM the coach being hired first before the GM. I thought Vrabel was the only candidate they were going to do this for, and I think the Lions getting bounced as quickly as they did expedited this process. They didn't want to lose Glenn to the Saints, and they knew if they didn't hire Glenn, he was not going to stick around unless he had a guaranteed offer, which is why the Jets now find themselves in a spot where they need to hire a GM after they hired the coach. Now, a fair criticism of the Jets would be you had the first opening of any team looking for a GM. You could have expedited your process a lot faster if you wanted to get the GM in place and then have that GM be part of the Aaron Glenn hire, not the other way around. That is a fair criticism to all the Homer Jet fans out there who, if I'm not pro Aaron Glenn 1,000% of the time, I'm somehow now a hater, even though I'm as positive about the Jets as anyone you're going to find. Mm-hmm. But let's call it for what it is. The head coach being hired before the GM is a fair criticism of how this has gone, given the fact that Aaron Glenn has never been a head coach before. And I can't think of any time this has happened besides Kyle Shanahan. I can't think of any first-time coach being able to essentially pick the GM he's going to be working with, because they're not going to hire anyone Aaron Glenn is not cool with. They're giving him all the power.
Yeah, it's extremely rare. I honestly, when they hired him today, I kind of thought that I forget, is it Landmark is his last name now?
Newmark, yeah, Lance
Newmark. I thought Newmark was a lock to be hired at the same time as him. Like I thought they were in lockstep together. Like everything was going to happen together. And then it was just Glenn. And I was like, wait, we don't even have a GM. So it's weird. I'm just looking at Trey Brown's background. He was with the Pats and then the Eagles, and then went to the XFL, and now he's been back in the NFL for 3 years as a personal executive with the Bengals. I don't think that's one of the best, like a great hire we would have. I don't know. I'm trying to trust the 33rd team as much as possible, and then I keep remembering it's freaking Tannenbaum. But I don't know. I just hope that they could hire a guy that's actually been around some success, like recent success. And I don't know what senior personal executive is. I usually see someone like with football operations in their background as being considered to be hired. So I don't know, but I hope they know best.
Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Comments, questions, super chats. If you haven't subscribed yet, there's still over 800 of you in here. I am in hour number 6 of broadcasting today. Because the Jets, of course, announced the Glenn hire 10 minutes after my first show today ends, because that's how this goes.
Yeah.
Let me rip through some super chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, though. I want to emphasize that. Mercy Fate, Rodgers, good coaching, and a year healthier, best chance to win. People want him gone, have personal feelings about him, and have no better plan. AZ Frankie says, I want Aaron, but what if he retires? Do we try to get Gino? We need a decent bridge. Who is it? I hope Glenn has a good OC staff. I can't do 4 wins. I think Tyrod is the most logical choice if Aaron were to retire or they move on. I think he's the favorite in that case. But, yeah, I mean, the options stink. Kakuka Lake Jet fan wrote in that Connor had the deepest voice out of us, Andrew.
That's great.
Love that. Wild Wave says, AG should forget his staff and cut Rodgers tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Wild Wave, we thank you for your time. Your day is over.
Into the shadow realm you go.
Aaron Rodgers being voted the most inspirational Jet by his teammates is legit one of the saddest things I've ever heard.
I changed the 5 minutes. Wow, wait, we'll see in 5. Jay Cruz, super chat. Why are they bringing in more finalists? We hit on this. That I'm actually glad they are, because I didn't understand that we got to hire Lance Newmark, and like he's as if he's the only guy that could work with Aaron Glenn. Like I think the idea that you only could bring in someone that Glenn knows is crazy to me. Like bring in someone who's the best for the job that has obviously the same values as Glenn. I keep going back to this tweet that Jake Rosenberg had earlier today, and he is someone who used to work in the Eagles organization. He goes, where's this tweet here? Where is this post? Oh, here it is. Of all the words used to support head coach or GM candidates or pairings between them, familiarity seems to be the most overvalued. Well, it's nice to see a friend on your first day of work. After a month, you've made many others. Is a pre-existing friendship relevant when hiring someone to lead an organization? Alignment is completely different and minimally analogous, I think that's the word, to familiarity. Completely agree that core principles and ideas must align, but being previously familiar with someone is so basic and sophomoric. It's like, if Aaron Glenn is such a great candidate that everyone has all these great things to say, means there's got to be other GMs who have really good resumes that want to work with him. So it's like, you don't have to just settle on Newmark because he's the first guy that knows Glenn.
That's actually, I think that's a great tweet. Familiarity and alignment are not the same. They're just not. So I don't know. I haven't looked so deep into the GMs. I didn't even look that deep into Newmark. But I don't know. I kind of was into the guy that you interviewed because I looked into him right after, but I don't know if they're bringing him back.
Dimitrov. Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Kakuga Lake Jet fan would love videos of Carter and Hack leaving one Jets drive.
So I wonder what goes on with those two, like right now, like what they're probably with their agents trying to figure out another job.
Yeah,
that's what they got to be doing.
100%. All right, more of your calls. How much time you got, Andrew? I don't even know what time you joined. I'm like,
I can take a call or two.
All right, let's say hello to Jason in Jerusalem. What's up, Jason?
Hey, considering it's 12:40, I got to do a what's machsta, Jake. As the old Steve Summers reference.
It's 12:40 a.m. out there.
12:40 a.m. out here.
Wow, late night.
Late night. Correct me if I'm wrong. Glenn is the third African American head coach, and all three are former players, and all three former DBs. Correct?
In Jet history, let's see. You got
Herm was a DB. Bowles was a DB.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, so I don't see Rodgers coming back, and I'm not saying I don't want Rodgers back. First of all, I don't see him trying to learn a new offense at this point, considering how much effort they put in to get Hackett, to give him the familiarity. But the one thing I question here, Glenn's is a Parcells guy. Parcells was always about team culture, and I remember him trading Hugh Douglas to show that he was the boss. Everything that happened with Rodgers last offseason of missing minicamp to spend time in Egypt sounds like the exact thing that Glenn would try to avoid in setting his team.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's going to happen now with Aaron Glenn, though. Like, I think you're only bringing Rodgers back if he's bought in to this new regime and open to a new scheme. And the biggest thing before you even have that conversation, pay cut. He's not playing on his current contract. There's no way.
Obviously. And that's sort of where things could very easily go. Rodgers says, I'm willing to take a pay cut. And the Jets say, well, he's not willing to take what we're offering him. And each side just pulls out very graciously.
Yeah, and also the mini camp thing is completely overblown, though. Like, I don't think that'd be the reason why you wouldn't want him. He missed two. He was at 12 of the 14 off-season practices. Like, I don't think it's a big deal at all.
But I think that for Glenn, the Parcells guy, when you have the mandatory ones where everybody needs to be there, I mean, even Parcells' voluntary wasn't voluntary. Voluntary meant that somebody could come and take your job.
I get it, but Lamar Jackson didn't go to any of the voluntary ones this year, and he's going to win his third MVP. Like, I think we're overblowing that stuff.
No, I'm not saying that's the reason why he failed. I'm saying that for a coach who's trying to establish a culture and for players to buy into his culture, to have the head of the team, the quarterback, be the type of guy who will just take off and go to Egypt when something is mandatory.
I can't relive the minicamp story, Jason. I don't think it would happen this time around. I think you're only bringing Rodgers back if he's bought in to learning a new system, taking a pay cut, and being around the team learning this new system at OTAs and minicamp. Like, you can criticize Rodgers for a lot. The idea that the guy could have easily shut it down when this team was going nowhere, and he's playing through a grade 3 hamstring strain, and he wanted to be out there and play. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think Rodgers' commitment, I don't think is an issue at all. I think he'll retire if he doesn't want to go through any of that stuff.
I see him retiring. That's actually what I see him doing in the end.
I can see it. Yeah. I mean, if he retires, then there's nothing you could do about it. But he sat the last time he spoke on the McAfee show, to me, he sounded like a guy that wanted to still play football. That was my vibe hearing him.
We'll see what happens when he comes out of the darkness retreat. Where's that? Montana, Utah?
Yeah, he said no darkness. He said he's done.
I think he's coming back. I just knowing him as a competitor, man. I mean, I feel like I don't even know what people probably think I'm so wishy-washy on Rodgers because I am, but that documentary just makes you like want to run through 400 walls for him. He's a unique human. And to the commitment thing, he tore his Achilles and then came back to the team a month later and was helping Coach Zach for the entire year. Like, I know, I understand what you're saying, but if he were to come back, he's a no-nonsense guy when it comes to football. Like, he might make a couple comments here and there that might piss some people off, but he's all about the players and the team more than like a lot of, like, he's a great teammate. And I think he would trust Glenn to the utmost. Like, I know he said outwardly he liked Saleh. I don't know how much respect he had for Saleh. Like, a guy like Glenn, I would hope would be a bit different and could command the respect of the room better than Saleh. That's what I'm hoping for from Glenn, at least.
Right. I mean, the fact that he didn't leave when Hackett got fired or just mail it in was obviously a very indicative on him.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, he's a man who beats to his own drum. And I very much don't remember Parcells buying into that. Glenn's his own man. Question is, how much Parcells does Glenn have in him? Is my point.
Yeah. I mean, I think Glenn is going to hold players more accountable. I think Rodgers likes that. Rodgers was talking about the lack of accountability a lot at the end of the year, like being a pro. Like, he didn't say who he was calling out, but like, sounds like there were certain players that obviously were mailing it in, and Rodgers was talking about the importance of being a pro and finishing the year and how he wanted to play 17 games. Like,
I think you could get on Rodgers for a lot, but if he decides he wants to play, I think he'll be committed, assuming he's going to play.
Yeah, agreed. Listen, like I said, I'm just giving a prediction. I'm not saying I don't want Rodgers. This is one thing that I see.
Yeah, fair.
In terms of who they're bringing in for the GM, I'm surprised they're not calling back Greenberg or Sullivan. I'm
Maybe they
kind of
still
wondering if
will.
this is just window shopping here.
Maybe they still will. I mean, we only have 2 of the names for second interviews so far.
Greenberg was the Bucks guy.
Yep, Long Island guy.
Yeah.
And Sullivan was the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Hopefully, if they're gonna do the second round now, they might as well bring back a couple more guys. I would think, but hopefully it'll be resolved within the next day or two. That's what I'm hoping for.
I mean, you mentioned Brunell as an OC. He doesn't get the Jets OC. He's probably getting promoted in Detroit to take over for Johnson. So he'll probably be an OC anyway this year.
That's interesting. If that's truly the case, I mean, I don't know. I know he's been there for the past 2 or 3 years. He has zero experience ever running an offense. He was never like the passing game coordinator or the run game coordinator. He was just the QB's coach. Again, I guess if Ben Johnson left his playbook there, I guess Brunell could try and use it. But I don't know. I'm always nervous with first time play callers like that. So especially when they have it's just hard to know what Brunell did behind the scenes. We have no idea if he helped with any game planning, sequencing of plays, adding plays to the playbook, subtracting plays to the playbook based on Goff. You just have no idea.
You would hope Glenn would know that, having been in Detroit, as opposed to if Brunell was in New Orleans or someplace else.
True, 100%. And that's why if Brunell is hired over McCown, it should say something, because he has no idea really what McCown's been up to in the same position with Minnesota.
Right. Well, McCown's not leaving. That's the thing. That's why nobody's even talking about McCown.
Just as an example.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Kubiak, somebody that very much interests me.
I'm a big fan of Clint Kubiak. I would be ecstatic about that.
I mean, last time we got a first-time defensive coach. I mean, not solid, but beforehand. I mean, what did we get? Chan Gailey or Marty Morningweg? Who did we have then?
Chan Gailey, who, by the way, Chan Gailey in 2015, with Fitz just slinging it, was one of their best offenses in this century. Last time they had a top 10 offense.
Dude, I was going through all their offensive coordinators yesterday, and I was asking in the Jet X Factor chat, like, who's the best one in the past decade, and who were we debating between? I was on LaFleur. I was like, I think LaFleur did such a good job with the situation, but people were saying John Morton because it was McCown and nobody, and they were putting up 30 a lot of games. But yeah, Chan Gailey, when we hired him, at least he had prior experience as a head coach and offensive coordinator. So like, it's hard, I guess, every new draft, every new cycle to get a guy with experience. But like, Brunell has been in the NFL for 3 years as a coach, 3. So I don't know. But again,
Clint Kubiak and the Rams pass game coordinator, Nick Caley, are the 2 names that intrigued me the most for the OC job.
Kubiak was running an outstanding offense for like the first 6 games this year, and people were talking about him becoming like a head coach next year, and then it fell off after Carr got hurt. But he has a great past. He was the offensive coordinator in Minnesota, passing game coordinator with Denver, passing game coordinator with Shanahan in 2023, and then he got an offensive coordinator job. That's like a normal way you get up to a coordinator job. So I would prefer him for sure.
100%. Andrew, appreciate you hopping on, man. Good to get you back on.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be in touch. I'll get on soon. Maybe some draft breakdown, free agency breakdown, something like that.
Well, when they hire an OC, we got to do a film review of that scheme. That'll be interesting.
Yes, I'll be all over that for sure.
Love it. Ladies and gentlemen, A Fialco 21. Follow Andrew for more of his work and check him out on jetsxfactor.com. Hit the like button. If you're still watching, God bless you. We're 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 42 seconds into this one. We did 3 hours earlier. I can't speak anymore. We've added 121 members. So if you want in on the raffle, you know what to do. You gift the channel membership to your fellow listener, and I will get you down for a chance to win a signed Garrett Wilson jersey, for a chance to win a signed Aaron Glenn trading card, autographed, the whole thing. And what I have in my hand right here, an authenticated Brees Hall jersey patch card. Those are the top prizes. And guess what?
I have another prize I want to add to the raffle. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. But first, here's Aaron Glenn talking about why it's going to work as a defensive coach.
I mean, Bill Belichick is a shining example of a defensive coach who won Super Bowls, but typically it's offensive coordinators. They come from the offense who become Super Bowl head-winning coaches.
Yeah.
Why do you think that might be? Is there?
Well, I don't know if that's truly accurate. I can just go off the top of my head with Bill Carr, Mike Tomlin, Bill Belichick. That's won a ton of Super Bowls as a defensive coach. And here's the one thing that I would say about myself. I'm a coach. I just happen to be on defense. I understand the offense just as well as a number of people. So if you're going to hire me, you're going to hire a coach. You're not going to hire a defensive coach. I'm going to talk to the offense just as much as I'm going to talk to the defense.
I hope he's right. Ladies and gentlemen, as a thank you for the support today, we're up in the prizes. A signed Hall of Famer Joe Klecko jersey will be added to our next raffle. So we got 2 jerseys we're giving away. Signed Garrett Wilson. Signed Hall of Famer Joe Klecko. And the other prizes I already mentioned. Aaron Glenn signed card, Brees Hall signed card, and the replica Super Bowl III ring. Gift away, baby. That is now 5 awesome prizes. This will be the most lucrative raffle we've ever done. Shout out to the Asmaniacs for making it possible. All right, let me get to the remaining calls here. Supposed to go to the St. John's game tonight, but this is more important right now. Let's say hello to the Hamburger who's next. What's up, Hamburger?
Hey, what's up, Jake? All right, I'm going to say this once. I'm just going to give my feelings on this hire and the process once, and then after that, I ride the wave, and it is what it is. And the Jets are the Jets, and I hated this process. I think we did a sham job again. What we talked about when we fired Saleh, when we talked about at the end of the year that we want to hire a GM first, we want to do it the right way. And here we are again, the only franchise that does the same shit over and over again. It annoys me. I don't hate the Glenn hire so much. I hated the process. Again, here we are with a Saleh-like guy that we're all going to jump behind. And I understand a lot of people like him. He's a Jet and this and that. But it just, to me, it stinks again. It just, in my gut, it stinks. And I don't want it to, and it pisses me off. Usually I'm, hurrah, yay, the new coach. I'm all behind him. Yeah, Saleh, he was great. Yeah, I love it. Awesome, Jets. And now here I am. I'm like, fuck.
Maybe it'll work. Maybe because everyone has loved all these moves they made and they don't work. Maybe that some are lukewarm. This will be the move that actually does work.
Maybe, man. I don't know. I'm hoping for something, man. But to be honest, I'm disappointed in the process. I'm disappointed in the coaches that they talked to. They could have done better. The only person like you that I would have hired first was Vrabel, without a GM. The only candidate that even through Gruden, even through all those other guys, I would rather have wanted the GM first. I want him to make the decisions for the franchise. I want him to pick the coach. I want him to build what we're going to have. That's selecting the right coach and everything else that goes along with it. To me, it's just piecemealed shit back together again. And I don't like it. And maybe we will go, and maybe he will be the greatest coach. And I'll eat my words. Probably nobody will remember what I say. But from now on, that's all I have to say about the situation. And let's go Jets. I mean, I'm going to be behind them 100%. I just didn't like the process. I didn't like how it went down. We talked about it when we fired Saleh on what the right things were to do, something that the Jets never do. And we finally have a chance to hire the GM, hire the coach in that order, like normal franchises do, and we didn't. So it's just, I don't know. It just makes me not believe that the franchise is ever going to be serious, but I could be
they'll be serious if Aaron Glenn's Mike Tomlin, if Aaron Glenn is Jim Harbaugh, if Aaron Glenn is Sean Payton, if Aaron Glenn are the CEO type of coaches, Dan Campbell, right? Or that coach the whole team. And if he's that guy, they're putting a lot of faith in him. I mean, Kyle Shanahan got this type of treatment. He's a great coach. I hope Aaron Glenn has that type of trajectory as a coach.
It's just a tough ask for a first-time coach. Understand all.
Yeah. No, I agree with everything you're saying, man. It's like, but I've gotten my anger out the last 3 days because we knew this was coming. It's like at this point, at
At this point, like I said what I said. Like, I'm sure the Jets don't love the fact that I'm not like gung-ho about this, but like I don't want to lie to the audience. Like, I hope Aaron Glenn does an amazing job. I would have hired someone with
So do
previous
I.
head coaching experience.
So do I, man. Listen, I don't hate the guy. He was probably my third or fourth candidate, but I wanted it done the right way. I wanted a vision by the GM because it lives and it dies with the GM at the end of the day. We all say it starts with Joe Douglas. He hired him and he hired that. Now it's our coach that's hiring everybody. It blows my mind. I don't know.
Well, what I will say is whoever the GM is, he's on the same timeline as Glenn. Like, they're connected. Glenn, just like Salah was on the same timeline as Douglas.
So, yeah.
Like, it's the same thing in reverse. I see your point, though, but the only way you only do this with Vrabel, right? You only do this where the coach is picking the GM when they're established. You very rarely see it when the guy has never been a head coach before. But my theory on that is because the Lions lost. They would have the GM in place because you could hire a GM that's still with a team. You can't hire a head coach that's still in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So the Lions were still playing like they were expected to be. Aaron Glenn would be the Jet coach after the Super Bowl. We'd know he'd be their guy. We'd be waiting for him to be their guy. But they'd have a GM already hired that Glenn signed off on. Now we're just seeing that Glenn truly has all this say and sway and who they're going to hire.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I don't think the Super Bowl and the defensive, that performance, made me think any different about Aaron Glenn.
No,
Listen,
it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with it. But listen, man, I hope he does great. I hope we win. I hope everything works out. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be back. I'd probably put money on it. Not literally, because I don't have any right now. But yes, I would definitely be a betting guy and say I'd put my money on Aaron coming back, taking that pay cut that he said 5 times already that he's going to take a pay cut. And he already said twice that he'll learn a new offense. So everything's right there for you to dissect. He said it came out of his mouth. So as long as he wants to play, which we all think he does by his interviews, I think he'll be back. I think he'll be back without a doubt. There's no better choice.
If people could remove their personal feelings for the guy and the disappointment of how these last 2 years have played out, and you view Aaron Rodgers through the lens of what his role would be on this team, a bridge quarterback till they could get someone in 2026, find me the better option. If you could find a better option, I'm in, man.
Hey, guess what? If the guy plays really well next year, really well, and you have a young quarterback that you drafted, and Aaron plays good enough that he's even good for next year, the following year, that's like a big ask. But you know what I'm saying? Like, things like that could happen. And I pray for the best. I pray that he comes back and he plays great. And we have a young quarterback that maybe gets to sit behind him for 2 years. That's really big ask. I know, probably getting killed in the chat for it. But I'm just saying, that would be the best case scenario. But I don't know, man. I'm going to eat some dinner. I got it off my chest. So I appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I had to do 6 hours today. It sounds rough, man.
You know what? It's all good, Hamburger. Good call. Beats a real job. Best listeners. Thanks to everyone who's tuned in today. There's still 807 people watching live right now. I mean, it's incredible. This fan base. V-Man's in the raffle for 1 additional membership that he gifted. Thank you, V-Man. I'll get you down. Ron Weiss, 5 raffle tickets because he sent in a $5 super chat or $20 super chat. Steve Summers, hear you there. Miss him at night. Let me say this about Steve Summers. Great guy. I worked at the Fan my first job out when I graduated college. Great guy when you're not his board op. Oh, my God, is he tough to work for. Great guy. Love Steve. You're running the board for Steve Summers. You better be on your point. On your what, P's and Q's, whatever they say. Holy shit, man. Was that intense? Jason getting ethnic, LOL. Love the end of their season last year. It was a fun for a change. Love to see AR and DA again. Yeah, I agree. Rick Kent in on the raffle. 5 more memberships. I added a signed, authenticated Hall of Famer Joe Klecko jersey to the raffle. I mean, why not? We have a new coach. Viewership is setting a record for the Jake Asman channel this month. You guys are the best. Thank you. Klecko jersey up for grabs to go with the signed Garrett Wilson jersey that I have right here. All right. And the signed Brees Hall trading card that I have right here, and the Glenn card should be arriving, I think, tomorrow, or it might have actually arrived earlier. But I haven't left my apartment all day because I've been streaming for 17 million hours. So, the 5 prizes. I forgot this, too. Joe Willie Namath championship Super Bowl ring. Oh, no. Oh. Not the ring. I caught it. We're good. All right. Let's wrap this show up soon here. Jimmy Jets in for 10. Let's go. Woo!
It's the Asmaniac membership raffle. For every membership gifted, you receive 1 ticket entered in the raffle to win epic prizes.
All right, these are the 5 from Rick, and then let me get to the ones from Jimmy real quick, and then we'll take a couple calls, and I got to end the show. I'm going to the Garden. Kevin H., Mike Hertz, Trainer DC, Louis Carrasquillo, Big Bash, Joe Dub, Aran Natan, Hector NYC, HL Thunder, Siberian Nightmare, Russell Barton, Dr. Nesnev, Ceslo Porto, Lonely Satellite. I think that's 15 right there. Appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you, Jimmy Jets, for the 10, Rick for the 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for an up-close and personal perspective.
I got my Iron UG. I hope you like my Jets take. You know they call me David T. It's not easy for me to see. Sometimes when I have a few drinks, I slip and fall and break my face. Not that my vision was bad enough. Now I have this dull shit scar.
Hi, Jake. I'll make it as quick as possible. Sky's the limit for your show, buddy. And my dad brought us up, in our future endeavors and working and all that. He used to always say, the harder you work, the luckier you get, or the harder you work, the better you eat. So, obviously you're on your way up. So real quick, Aaron Glenn, I'm all in. I'm really excited about the Aaron Glenn, Aaron Rodgers thing, and I'm totally in on what you said. I think in their situations, for going into next year, they do need each other, and I'm just hoping that Aaron Glenn says, "Hey, buddy, we'd like you to give it one more go around," and he says, "Coach, I'd like to play another year myself." So I'm hoping it all transpires that way.
I hope so. I think the fact that Glenn played, I think him and Rodgers, I could see them absolutely getting along. So I hope so.
Yeah, that's it. I won't hold you up, Jake.
David, I appreciate it. And the cut above your eye, it looks like it really is healed up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's all good. Life is.
I got my Iron UG. I hope you like my Jets take. You know they call me David T. It's not easy for me to see, but if you bring me full stream, you might like what I had to say. I'll need to get real damn close, cause my vision is dog shit.
Beautiful. Great call by David. All right, let me say hello to Purple Belt Mike. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy. I got all my Jets shit that I said I put away.
I thought you were such a fickle fan, Mike. You're never wearing Jet stuff. That's it. This team kills you. They hire an unproven first-time head coach, and you're sold. That's it. You're excited again.
You know why? Because I'm a stupid idiot fan. What else am I gonna do?
I mean, you're a great fan. I love your passion, but you're too emotional. You went from I hate the Jets, it's the worst ever. They hire a guy who's never been a coach before, and you're in. It's it. You're sold. I'm not.
I wore my Jets shit at work today. I'm gonna wear it tomorrow. I'm gonna wear all my Jets stuff because I have a feeling that he's gonna be good.
I hope so. How'd you feel about Robert Saleh when they hired him? Top guy
I
on
thought
the
he
market.
was the second coming of Jesus, but that didn't happen. So,
I
we need
appreciate
to
the
get
honesty.
a song for Aaron Glenn. So instead of Sexy Rexy, Sexy Aaron Glenny. Someone's got to do it.
I'm sure Gator's coming up with something for Aaron Glenn. I don't know. I suggested Glenn Duff, but we tried that.
Aaron Glenny. He's got to do
Glenny
it.
and the Jets. Aaron Glenny and the Jets.
Yeah, I can do that too. I like it. Yeah.
I don't know. We'll come up with something. I'm gonna buy an Aaron Glenn jersey though. That's for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Yeah, where are you gonna get it from? I need to get one too.
Probably parts unknown. I will send the link to people exclusively on Patreon once I get a link where you can get a Glenn jersey for $30 or less. But I'm only sending it to people on Patreon because that's it. That's it. I mean, we got to keep it under wraps here.
All right, I know you got it wrong. JETS and Glenn we trust, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, Mike. Appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, join the Patreon, patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. Couple last calls. Let's squeeze them in. Chris G's next. What's up, Chris?
How's it going, Jake?
How are you, Chris?
I'm doing well. I mean, I'm here to spread positivity. I feel like the Jets could have done a lot worse with this hire. If Aaron Glenn is a leader of men, disciplinarian, and brings the culture and hires a good staff, he'll succeed. And I'm on board with bringing Rodgers back. And I think him with a run-first offense could do wonders, and we can make a wild card spot.
I hope so. It's not crazy. I mean, once upon a time before you were probably born, the Jets did go to the playoffs a lot with first-time coaches. Herm, Mangini, Rex all made the playoffs in their first year. Even Bowles won. Were you alive in 2015? You were, right? Yeah.
Yes, so yes.
How old were you?
In 2015, I was born in 2010, so I was 5.
Okay, so when you were 5, the Jets won 10 games and it was fun until the last week. So, yeah, it could happen with Glenn.
I just want a winning season, man. Just want a winning season.
Man, we got you and Connor Long to do a podcast together. That'd be fun.
It's crazy because Connor Long was talking about how he has no Jet fan friends. It's the same way with me. Like, I know no football. Like, I know one football fan. He's a Giants fan.
What do kids your age watch now? They don't watch football?
I have no idea. No idea.
Like, they're not NFL fans? They don't play fantasy football?
A couple people, but no Jet fans.
What are they watching? You guys watching like soccer?
Not soccer. I don't know any soccer. I mean, actually, yes, soccer. I know 2 soccer fans.
Even that is crazy. What's up with these kids these days, man?
Don't know what they're doing.
Unreal. Chris, good call, man. Also, Chris, do me a favor. Mm-hmm. Shoot me an email with your address and your T-shirt size. I want to send you some Asmaniac merch, all right?
That sounds awesome, man. Thank you.
You got it. My email is asmanjake@gmail.com. It's linked in the description box, all right?
Got you. Have a good one, Jake.
You got it, Chris. Appreciate the call. I mean, we got to hook this guy up with some merch, man. He's representing the Jet fan base and the Asmaniacs. The next generation. Is football dying? Maybe Jet fandom's dying because the team's been dog shit forever. Kyle writes in, Darren Moogie, 6'6", Glenn 5'9". That'd be an interesting combo, them standing next to each other. Matthew, $10 super chat. Thank you, Matthew. Glenn, solid hire. Need to follow it up with a good OC and figure out QB spot. Also want a Glenn jersey. Amen. Addison, cheers, everyone. We're sipping on Glennacy now. You know what? Screw it. Glennacy is possible. Two calls left. Paul and a legend will close us out. What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's up, Jake? First time I've actually called in.
Whoa, you're Paul, the guy who is always super chatting, and then you're on Twitter too, right?
Yes, sir.
Paul,
I'm the guy fighting everybody.
Hold on, Paul. I just want to thank you for all your support over the years because you've been an awesome listener, man. I'm glad you finally called into the show.
Yeah, I finally got some time. I feel like I've been the guy that's been constantly battling with, like you, on Twitter with everybody about Rodgers coming back, especially with bringing in Glenn. And it's funny to see, I don't know if you've noticed it, but over the last 2 weeks, it's been like a slow turn among national media, ESPN radio. Like, I hear guys like Michael Kay now saying it. I think they all realize, you bring in Glenn, if you want to change the narrative of what's happened over the last however many hires we've had as first-time head coaches, a guy who's a defensive coordinator, if he's got to worry about who his quarterback's going to be and there's no good options in the draft to start, there's no free agents, bringing in a guy who can stabilize the position for at least a year while you draft someone who can learn under him and maybe win some games and change culture makes a ton of sense. And it's just crazy to me that people are just like, we won 5 games last year, get rid of Rodgers, blow it all up. I'm 50 years old. I've watched enough blow-ups and it's never worked. Win some games, change the culture, get guys like Garrett, Brees, Jermaine, all these guys feeling like they can actually win here.
And they all want, by the way, Aaron back. At least I know Brees does and Jermaine. They've been outspoken on Twitter. And by the way, I bet if you gave Garrett Wilson truth serum, maybe he's frustrated with the scheme. But if you say, hey, would you want Aaron Rodgers thrown to you or some of these other alternatives? he probably would say Aaron Rodgers, because last I checked, Garrett Wilson still had the best season of his career statistically with Rodgers throwing to him.
100%. Yeah, I mean, so I just wanted to jump in because I was laughing. I put on K earlier, and like he hates Rodgers.
Despises him, and I consider Michael, someone that that I'm friendly with. I work with him, obviously. I mean, he's been anti-Rodgers all year, and now he's changed his tune and wants him back, which I find interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I appreciate you, though. Your show's awesome. Thanks, man.
Paul, thanks for watching, man. Next time, call in from a cathedral or wherever. The echo is wild behind him there. Appreciate you, Paul. All right. Some might say I saved the best for last. It depends on your view of who the best is. All right. We're gonna figure that out in March when we have our first ever Asmaniac Madness. 68 Asmaniacs will be slotted in a tournament. They'll be seeded. The committee is already starting to discuss what it's going to look like. I am not on the committee. I'm simply overseeing it. But I can tell you this. I believe this guy has a chance to win the whole damn thing. Ladies and gentlemen, our last call on our 4-hour Aaron Glenn officially hired stream is...
It's Chiefs fan.
Guess what? I'm still looking for a job, bitches.
It's Chiefs fan.
I'm just going to rub my hands together all day.
It's Chiefs fan.
There's a whole lot of DNA on this couch.
Let's hear it for Chiefs fan.
Look, it's my dead neighbor that I didn't kill. Thanks for staying live this long and putting me on, Jake. Amazing intro.
I'm currently peeing my pants right now to take your call. Literally.
If you need to use your restroom,
it's everywhere. I can't leave the show to you. Who knows what you're gonna do if I step away? I'd rather just sit in my own filth.
I might turn into PC principal and turn 20,000 people into PC maniacs.
Let's see.
But I'm glad to be on the show. I'm glad you have Glenn, and I'm slowly thinking you, just like you said, I'm like, there's no way you guys get filled. I'm like, even if you guys get Rodgers and it's like an 8-1 season or 9-8 season, it's at least progress.
I mean, they haven't won. See, you live in a different universe than we do as a Chiefs fan, but the Jets have not won more than 7 football games in a year in a decade.
I believe that he's going to tune up your defense. After getting rid of Salah, you guys went from maybe, I don't know if you were, I thought you were top 15 far as I know, and then you just slid down into the 30s after Salah got rid of him.
They were horrendous, correct.
Yeah. Also, I hope you don't have Reddick back on the team, man.
No.
Is he gone by the contract, or is he staying?
He's a free agent. They're not going to re-sign him.
Oh, thank God. If you and then you, I know people want a wide receiver in the first round, but your defense was so, sorry for the language, ass last year that I think you need to go for defensive prospect. I don't know if there's any good D linemen or defensive tackles. Looking at the mock drafts, all of the mock drafts say you're drafting quarterback or not quarterback, QB and CB and safety. My bad. I've been waiting for so long. My brain's gone weird. I'm hoping everything works out. I'm all for. Thank you, Beast. Thank you. Thank you, man. I'm all for if you bring back Sexy Rexy, could you if he came back, I'm under Glenn. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen either.
But I just want you guys to have some uplifting on your defense, because it went from great, meh. Sorry for the language. Dog
also,
shit.
Hold on a second. I think I just figured out. So there's people in the chat that have been saying Beast blocked them. He didn't block you guys. I think what happens is he's in the hole, so he can't comment, but he's on hold in the private chat right now, writing to people. So when people acknowledge his comments, they think that they can't see them, but no one could see them. So I think that's why people are saying they got blocked by Beastbreaker. They actually didn't get blocked by Beastbreaker. You just can't see his comments. That's what's happening here.
So I used to mod on Pokemon streams during the 2010s. If someone's timed out for 24 hours, They can't say shit. They can go
Say that
make
again. You used a mod for what? Pokemon?
Pokemon streams when people were doing ROM hacks on Pokemon.
Ah,
Yeah.
you got to
I
catch
was
them
a-
all.
I was a real big Pokemon mod guy, and then
Cheech fan, how do you feel about being a mod on this channel? Can I trust you?
I'll be a mod here. I'll be a mod here.
All right, type something in the chat right now. I'm gonna make you a mod. I'm gonna give you a wrench next to your name. This is a huge responsibility.
Oh, if I'm modding, I'll just come in at the end of the show to get my pieces in, so I can take my job seriously. Because when I mod,
to mod or to not mod? That is the question.
No, when I mod, I zone in and I get a little bit Stalinistic, but I make sure the trolls get the fuck out.
Did you say Stalinistic? We could get away from dictators. That's fine.
Well, if I mod, I'm overprotective for this thing because I'm like, you're trusting me with the community, and I'm on the clock. In this 2-minute drill, we're gonna get a touchdown, basically.
I see. I think I'm reconsidering my offer, but I'll let you know.
All right, if you want to.
Yeah.
I'll type in the chat though. If this loads, I'll just type it on my phone. 1 second. Let me grab that.
Yep, sounds good.
Don't take me off. Let me grab my phone.
All right, I'll leave you on.
So I'm just letting you know now, Jake. If I mod, I'm not gonna let. If I mod, I'm not gonna let any activity. That did not load. I'm trying to fix this older Chromebook. That's why everything's lagging on it. All I know is I'm just hoping this works out. All right, got it. Oh man. Lopez, I did put on like 4 or 5 pounds during the holiday season. So yes, I did get a little bit chubby. When Doritos and taco meat's on sale during football season, you're gonna put on some pounds, and it's okay.
Chiefs fan, keep up the good work.
See ya.
It's Chiefs fan.
Guess what? I'm still looking for a job, bitches.
It's Chiefs fan.
I'm just going to rub my hands together all day.
It's Chiefs fan.
There's a whole lot of DNA on this couch.
Let's hear it for Chiefs fan.
Look, it's my dead neighbor that I didn't kill.
Thank you very much, Chiefs fan. What a show. Join the Patreon. I'm going to get a link to try and figure out how we can get Aaron Glenn jerseys for $30 or less. So that hopefully incentivizes some of you to join. Patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. Wow. 7 hours of streaming today because the Jets had to hire Glenn the second I signed off the first show. So this has been a wild one. I want to thank you all for watching. Please subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. We have the biggest following among any Jet content creator out there. I want to keep that rolling. We hit over 41K earlier in the week. Next stop, 42. So please subscribe if you haven't. Matt says you called. I know. I said as I was signing off, Glenn's going to get hired in the next 10 minutes, and that's exactly what happened. Anyway, thank you to everyone who tunes in, everyone who gifted a membership, all the calls today, everyone who joined, special guest-wise. Nick Faria, Jeff Parles, Andrew Fialco. I just got a text from Beningo, so I will be working on getting Joe B on this show soon. Anyway, thank you all. Couldn't have done it without you. And real quick, if your brand or business is interested in advertising on the show, let me know, asmanjake@gmail.com. We do have some sponsorship packages still available for anyone who's interested in our Radio Row advertising. I'll be live at the Super Bowl in, I guess it's 9 days from right now. I'll be in New Orleans, so I'm looking forward to that. I missed a super chat. When the show's not over. Ladies and gentlemen, Jennergy in the house. Yeah. Happy Glenn Day. We're definitely going to need updated emojis. I do need an updated Aaron Glenn emoji from anyone who can make it, whether that's Gator, Joe Mike, Snowball. We got some really talented people out there. We definitely need a Glenn emoji, 100%.
Only here to spread Genergy, not haterade. Genergy, I got you down for 5 in the raffle for all the giveaways. One last super chat. Now that AG's locked in as head coach 1, who are the options for head coach 2 and 3? Thoughts from Beast. Great question. Great question. We'll have to ask him next time. Anyway, I got to pee. I got to go to the Garden, go St. John's tonight. I will talk to you guys next time. We're back tomorrow with plenty of Jet content. Jets, Jets, Jets. And for the love of God, please be good, Aaron Glenn. Please.
So, guys, it looks like Glenn, another defensive coordinator without head coaching experience.
Great.
Was that a fart?
Excuse me.
I can taste it on my tongue.
I think the second one. Excuse me.